Ladies and gentlemen, we will start in a few seconds. Please take your seats. Earth is the cradle of humanity, but one cannot live in a cradle forever. Words of wisdom more than 100 years old, written by the father and pioneer of rocket flight theory, Konstantin Tsiolkovsky. More than 100 years after, we are still in the cradle, if I'm not counting those two guys and girls up there in International and Tiangong Space Station. So, there is a long way to go from the cradle before us. But I bet it is good that we are at least thinking about the leaving. And as you will see and hear from this event, a lot of people is thinking about the space and how we can use it for our better well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Minister, dear experts, welcome in Prague Congress Center on the first ever Space2Business conference, which is held during the 5th Czech Space Week. My name is Martin Lulák, and I will be your host for next 2 days. Before we start, I would like to thank to several companies and institutions for that we can be here and that we can think about leaving our cradle. Firstly, to our organizers, a great bunch of people, Czech Space team, which is composed of people and professionals from Ministry of Transport, people from Czech Invest, and the Planetum, Prague Observatory and Planetarium, which is, I think, one of the best outreach center in Czech Republic. Then I would like to thank to CZ Press. This event is part of Czech European Union presidency, for which we are very happy, and we would like to thank to European Commission as well. Our general partner is TRL Space. It is a very young and ambitious company from Brno, which is focusing on small satellites and probes. They want to send its product to the moon before the end of this decade. Fingers crossed. Its director Petr Kapon, is here and present, and so he will tell us more about this ambitious project and more. Our three main partners are OHB, which is one of the leading companies in Czech Republic in space industry. They are working, for example, on a European Space Agency probe called Plateau, which is going to find some new exoplanets, I hope. The second one is ATC Space. They are experts, again, from Czechia on machining aluminum alloys with amazing accuracy, which is, as all of you for sure know, necessary for space business. By the way, Ariane 6 the European rocket will be flying with their products. And Honeywell, they have the booth right here. Their products can be found on virtually every commercial defense and space platform up there. Our other partners are Advacam, CGI, Czech Space Alliance, Groundcom, Hult, Stratosys, Uniquely, and Czech Aerospace Research Center. I would like to thank to all our partners one more time. Thank you. Dear Minister, dear experts from all around Europe, ladies and gentlemen, during the next 2 days, you will see and hear inspiring plenary sessions from a large mix of guests from many space-related fields. You will also have a great opportunity to address directly a large variety of companies, startups, and research institutions on our site events and B2B meetings, where you can search for collaboration and/or market opportunities. But first, our opening session. Our first welcome speech will present our dear guest, Minister of Transport in Czech government, Mr. Martin Kupka. Welcome, and please, the stage is yours.
Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Czech presidency of the Council of the EU at the Space2Business conference, which is organized by the Czech Ministry of Transport and Czech Invest Agency with the support of the European Commission, the EU Agency for the Space Programme, EUSPA, European Space Agency, ESA, and general partner TRL Space. Space2Business is dedicated not only to space and related industries, with a special focus on startups and newcomers to the space business environment and also to user communities. Firstly, I am really glad there is so much interest in space, which I consider a good signal, especially for current and future developments and ways forward. Because space is and will be playing an increasingly significant role as a regular part of business solutions, and we have to bear in mind also technologically sovereignty and political and defense points of view. I would like to also highlight that this conference is part of the Czech Space Week, which is the major annual event promoting space activities in the Czech Republic. And I am very glad that the week has a real European overlap this year and contributes to strengthening European cooperation in space as one of the priorities of the Czech presidency. In this regard, the Czech Space Week, and especially Space2Business, aim is to show which possibilities and opportunities are in Europe, and also the synergy of Union and ESA space programs. I would like to cordially thank the European Commission, namely Director General Timo Pesonen, and also the Director General of the European Space Agency, Josef Aschbacher, for their support of this presidency event. The Czech Republic has quite an impressive space heritage and is associated with space activities for many years, although it's one of the younger countries in the European Union. We also understand the importance of space activities, which is why the Czech Republic supports Czech companies and academia in space science, technologies, and applications development. The space industry in the Czech Republic is growing every year, with dozens of companies that have taken part in hundreds of space projects. We have a solid academic and research background, as well as an active startup scene with more than 40 startups incubated through the ESA Business Incubation Center in Prague and Brno. It's also good to highlight that 3 Czech satellites have been launched this year. If we look behind the Czech borders, it's also necessary to appreciate our membership in the European Union, because the Union became a significant player in space activities in the last few years. The EU space program integrates 3 satellite systems in operation: Galileo, EGNOS, and Copernicus, and establishes also governmental satellite telecommunication element, GovSatcom, and space situational awareness element, which is focused on space safety. I would also like to remind the Secure Connectivity Program, the satellite telecommunication constellation, which was initiated by the Commission. The Czech Republic is currently holding the presidency of the Council of the European Union. Our main priority focuses on negotiating a good compromise on the proposal of the new EU Secure Connectivity Program, which aims to implement a satellite telecommunications mega constellation for secure communication for both governments and citizens. I am pleased to announce that the Czech presidency has reached agreement with the European Parliament and the European Commission at a trilogue meeting 10 days ago. I believe that this achievement is also very important for you, representatives of startups and industry. The Czech presidency also supports enhancing the use of European space data and services, which will be a matter of political discussion at the EU Council. The priorities on European cooperation in space and EU space data exploitation are supported by the conference, among others. It's also worth mentioning that the Czech Republic is proud to be the hosting country of the EU Agency for the Space Program, EUSPA. EUSPA has been established just 1.5 years ago. The Czech Space Week offers you to get to know the EUSPA much better and discuss the use of supporting tools with its experts. We are also a proud member of the European Space Agency, ESA. ESA Ministerial Council took place last week in Paris and has offered new programs and opportunities also for startups. I'm glad to announce that the Czech Republic has increased its total contribution to ESA activities up to more than 60 million euros per year. In the context of this speech, I also have to focus on a not very positive issue, which has, however, affected all of us. That is the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has also affected European space activities. European space infrastructures that serve the benefit of European citizens could suddenly face threats. We must therefore be ready to respond to the situation and ensure the safety and operation of space technologies and applications, not only in space, but also down on Earth. Copernicus program as a tool in dealing with the impacts of the war in Ukraine will be also one of the topics of the Czech National Copernicus User Forum, which is one of the events of the Czech Space Week. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to re-emphasize the ever-increasing significance of space to the lives of everyone in Europe and around the globe, and with that also the importance of events like this one. Opportunities for representatives of the space industry, agencies, investors, of users of space data and services, space agencies and academia to meet and exchange ideas, information, and opinions. But there are also other challenges in front of us, such as climate change or digital transformation. We are talking about ways to ensure economic growth in Europe, where prosperity is not only the economic term, but also a way of life. Bearing in mind that space is an important part of our future and in ensuring space development where innovations have an essential role not only in space infrastructure and applications, but also bringing space innovations down to Earth and using space data. Now allow me to thank all of you for being involved in space, whether at a political, business or academic level, and I wish you to enjoy Space2Business and the whole Czech Space Week. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all a fruitful event, a great Czech Space Week.
Thank you very much, dear Minister. Our next welcome note will present Mr. Petr Očko, the General Director of Czech Invest, the main organizer of this event. Welcome at the stage, Mr. Očko. It's a pleasure.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests. It's my great honor today to welcome you at the first edition of the Space2Business conference as well, after Minister Kupka. And I'm very pleased to be here today at such a distinguished company. This year, this event's main co-organizer, Czech Invest Agency, the Investment and Business Development Agency of the Czech Republic, celebrates its 30 years anniversary. As appointed Director General, I'm delighted to welcoming you on its behalf. The Czech Invest Agency is an important piece in the mosaic of Czech space ecosystem and complements the Ministry of Transport activities, which create the backbone of Czech public activities in space. Both Ministry of Transport and Czech Invest have initiated and created the whole concept of the Czech Space Week, to which this event belongs this year. Czech Invest is the operator of ESA, European Space Agency Business Incubation Center, Czech Republic, and looking closer at its achievements, we can see that we have incubated more than 40 startups, and Space Incubator has helped to generate more than 250 new jobs in most innovative positions, or 6.8 million euros awarded to startups in space projects. Moreover, we have calculated that for every €1 invested in a space startup by the European Space Agency Business Incubation Center, 17 euros were generated. Furthermore, the Space Incubator has been a space catalyst for Czech Invest. Since the foundation of ESA BIC in 2016, the agency has been increasingly involved in space activities, gaining programs like the ESA Ambassador or Astropreneurs, joining the Czech Space team or co-organizing Czech Space Week. These activities include also the Space Hub, which will be launched at the beginning of 2023 under the umbrella of our Technology Incubation Program, and also space hackathons and competitions and many others. Thanks to ESABIC, also more than 20 companies were founded and 20 plus more had a significant kickstart. However, we cannot forget the big players that have emerged and grown in recent years. I'm very glad to see these advancements in the public and also private space sectors. However, I am even more pleased to see the non-space industry and business growing towards space activities. Because this event, Space2Business, is not only focused on space companies, user communities and startups, but also on related industries and newcomers to the space business environment, I would like to stress that it is the innovation that brings us together. It is delightful to see that we have managed to attract representatives from the whole spectrum of the Czech industry. In the audience today, I see both big companies and startups, public institutions and private investors, space and non-space business. Every November means Czech Space Week. However, this November is important for the Czech Republic in many more ways. Apart from the fact that it marks the 14th anniversary of our membership in the European Space Agency, we have also gained an astronaut after more than 40 years when European Space Agency has selected Aleš Svoboda to be in its reserve list. Last but not least, this November sees the first issue of Space2Business, which has the ambition to become one of the major space events in Europe in the upcoming years. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past few years, we have gone a long way. It would not have been possible without the support of the European Space Agency and also of the European Commission, whose representatives we have pleasure of welcoming here today, and we are very grateful to them. A big thanks go also to our partners, without whom we would not have been able to organize such an event. The general partner of this year's Czech Space Week is the company TR Space, also a very young company, already leaving a big footprint in the Czech space industry. They have prepared a very interesting program for today and tomorrow, and have brought star guests to look forward to. The main partners of Czech Space Week are ATC Space, Honeywell, and OHB Czech Space. And Space Week also was supported from partners from industry, from other partners from industry, Edvecam, CGI, Czech Space Alliance, Czech Aerospace Research Center, Groundcom, HALT, Stratosys, Uniquely. We greatly appreciate that 3 of these partners, Groundcom, Stratosys, and Uniquely, are among the startups that we have supported in our incubation program as a big Czech Republic. I believe that the Czech Republic is on its path to becoming one of the strongest European players in the Czech space industry. And this event is proof that it is possible for the Czech Republic to be in the spotlight of the European space ecosystem. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all a successful event and a fantastic Czech Space Week. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Očko. Our next guest is a Director General for DEFIS, Defense, Industry and Space at the European Commission. He will talk about European Union space programs components to boost the European Union space ecosystem and new space. Mr. Timo Pesonen, please. The stage is yours.
Thank you. You pronounced the Finnish name very well, so probably you have seen the Finnish hockey players scoring goals. Well, good morning to everybody. Being in Prague, I cannot refrain making a comments to ice hockey as long as we are winning. When we will start losing with your excellent Finnish coach, I change the topic. Dear Minister, dear friend, Mr. Kobera, all friends and colleagues, Rodrigo, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be here this morning, giving you some messages on behalf of Commissioner Thierry Breton, who sent his best regards, and his appreciation to the Czech EU presidency for all your support. I think this Czech space team is an excellent slogan. I think this event itself proves how well you work together and how well you, together with all the companies present here, either physically or remotely, can strengthen the Czech space ecosystem and the Europe as a whole. I think your EU presidency has proven to be a real success. And I'm not flattering, it's not in my nature, it's not in my style. I have to say that you put already 2 years ago, space in the center of your agenda. You were anticipating what would come, and that's why you have achieved excellent results. Mr. Minister named some of them, and we still have a council meeting, ministerial meeting this Friday. where I'm sure it's a good opportunity to take stock of the progress made and to look forward together with the EU member states. We have JUSPA, our agency here in Prague, under Rodrigo steer. I think it's an important signal. It's not only symbolic. I think it's a big responsibility also for us, the European Commission and JUSPA, to deliver and to strengthen the innovativeness and competitiveness of a European space industry. I make four key comments. First of all, as Minister said already, you have made history. Sometimes when history is in the making, you don't realize it yourself when you are very deeply and daily doing it. But this autumn will be remembered. We decided to launch the third EU major space flagship after Galileo and Copernicus, IRIS, the EU Secure Connectivity Programme. It will be remembered that it was adopted during your presidency. In a record time, only 9 months, we came to an agreement to build an EU sovereign connectivity constellation able to serve governments. These impressive results would not be possible without the efforts of the Czech presidency and your dedication to the swift conclusion of the negotiations. And I want to thank both Minister, your team here in Prague and in Brussels for excellent work. I told to your ambassador Jaroslav after the trialogue that I was assisting Martti Ahtisaari in the Kosovo peace talks, and I saw similar determination and pragmatism what Jaroslav was showing towards the Parliament and the Council, what the great Mr. Ahtisaari towards Milosevic, and made him surrender de facto. JUSPA has also been a key player in the preparatory work of IRIS and will continue to be so in the implementation phase. And this is a major achievement. It will position Europe at the forefront of the geopolitics of space. It will make us more resilient and sovereign. As Mr. Minister said, the war in Ukraine, the aggression by Russia, has demonstrated that space-based secure connectivity is a must-have geostrategic capability that the EU must develop together. The programme will also be an opportunity and a key driver for the EU space ecosystem. Second, with your support, we have taken bold measures to turn Europe into the hub for new space companies. Our space entrepreneurs bring disruptive technologies, new industrial processes and competitiveness. Our space startups should be able to flourish here on our continent. We are using our space flagships to onboard new space companies. IRIS, the secure connectivity constellation, will be a new space constellation, done the European way. It will channel and benefit from the dynamism of our startups, who will build 30%, at least 30% of the infrastructure. We are also turning Copernicus into a new space-friendly program. By 2030, 2035, Copernicus should be based on a hybrid architecture that integrates 3 elements: the Sentinels, the contributing missions, and additional capabilities provided by new space constellations. We are also buying data directly from new space companies. We have put in place a new procurement system, and we expect first anchor contracts to be in place early next year. I should also mention that we accelerate the deployment of our Cassini program. Cassini brings together financing, coaching, policy, and innovation tools to support our talents and help them thrive. The euro 1 billion investment capacity will facilitate access to private funds to our startups. With Cassini, we also want to connect space with other policy areas, breaking the usual silos, opening our minds to new ideas, getting the digital world and digital startups involved, embracing the European Green Deal, rethinking the way we do space in Europe. And we are partnering with several public bodies to deliver on our ambitions, including, of course, the European Space Agency. I have to tell you that I have weekly meetings with Joseph Aspaher and his team. European Union, European Commission, DG DEFIS, and European Space Agency are working more closely together than ever before, and that will continue so and will be even strengthened. And of course, JUSPA and Rodrigo is together with us in these discussions and preparing together our joint agenda. And we are looking with Joseph Aspaher together, Rodrigo, where we can have the best influence, how we can best support the companies and startups. We have certain tools, JUSPA has a certain role, and ESA has, of course, a big capacity and innovativeness and leadership. My team, a little team I have with Guillaume de la Brosse in the steer, who will be here tomorrow, has provided concrete hands-on support to more than 100 companies since early this year and to be continued till Christmas through the Cassini program. And next year, I want my colleagues to double the number of the companies. We go where companies are, and we help, and we coach. And we do not want to stop here. On the contrary. For example, we also want to accelerate the development of certain segments, such as the new launcher solution. Together with ESA, we want to put in place the flight ticket initiative next year and pre-book launch slots. Third, we have done a lot during your presidency to consolidate our existing assets. Copernicus and Galileo are amongst the best performing systems in the world, actually the best ones, and very unique. But we need to keep up with global competition and ensure that our flagships are at the forefront of innovation. This means continuing to invest in the evolution of Copernicus and Galileo to make them even more performant and resilient. The rapid deployment of their respective second generation will allow us to better answer Europe's evolving needs. And the fourth priority, of course, the launchers. There is no European space policy without autonomous access to space. We need to remedy the current gap urgently through a truly European approach. The European Union needs to have autonomous, reliable and cost-effective launch solutions that rely on fully resilient EU supply chains. It is good to see that in the context of the ESA ministerial last week, the common endeavour of both governments and industry to intensify cooperation in this domain. A last priority that we have advanced a lot during your presidency is strengthening our resilience in and from space, what Mr. Minister also referred. Space is increasingly contested. We are not immune to potential hostile activities from states, and we know from which direction those hostilities may arise. We therefore need to take action and defend European interest in space. Building on the strategic compass, we are developing, together with Mr. Borrell and his team, the first ever European space strategy for security and defense. And during your presidency, we have organized 5 workshops with member states to discuss space threat landscape, the level of resilience of our space assets, including through the strategic use of Horizon Europe funding to reduce technological non-dependencies, the need to organize EU response in case of attacks, the importance of space for defense and security, and the need to promote responsible behaviors. I would also like to thank you for the workshop that you will organize this week on this very subject. The Union needs to strengthen its strategic posture in view of increasing space threats. We should also take advantage of wider initiative to reinforce the resilience of our ecosystem, notably the CHIPS Act, the Critical Raw Materials Act, the Observatory for Critical Technologies, and the proposal to establish an EU Sovereignty Fund. Dear friends, under the leadership of Commissioner Breton, we have an ambitious agenda for space. But let me conclude by saying that at the very heart of our agenda are people, you, the entrepreneurs. We are bureaucrats, public servants, to facilitate your work, to give all the support we have. That's the essence of our existence. Otherwise, we are irrelevant. And the skills are very important. That's why next year will be the European Year of Skills. We are ready to engage with industry, space agencies, including the Czech one, and academia to support the development of the right skills and knowledge in the space sector. This is through the development of talents that we will change the way to the space. Thank you very much and have a nice Space Week. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Pessonen. We will see about the next World Cup in hockey, who will win. How to do business in space with European Union. Simple topic with large consequences. The topic, who wants to present our next guest, Mr. Rodrigo da Costa, from European Union Agency for the Space Program called EU SPA. Please. Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning also from my side, Minister Kupka, Director General Pessonen, authorities, representatives of industry and of academia. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you today. Not about hockey, also not about football. I will talk tonight about football. I'm Portuguese and this is the reason for that. I'm going to talk to you about how to do business in space with the Union, in particular how to do business with USPA. And I will build up a little bit on what Timo Pessonen has said already, because EU space is about many things, but is also about opportunities for industry in different sectors to create businesses to deliver. Before I go there, let me tell you that for us at USPA, EU space is our business. Well, we are the EU agency for the space program. We are honored and pleased to have our headquarters here in Prague, not far away from here, maybe about a kilometer towards the north. We do have other sites. In addition to Prague, we have activities going on as well in France, in Spain, and in the Netherlands. But our center, our core, is in our headquarters, and that is here in Prague. We are right now around 250, 260 staff members. We are growing, so there are also opportunities there, and we will be more than 300 people by the end of next year, delivering on the EU Space program. In general, we manage an overall budget of around a little bit less than 10 billion euro. This is about 2/3 of the EU Space program, so as you can imagine, an important amount of money. And we base our activities, of course, on the EU Space program, already mentioned, with Galileo and EGNOS, with Copernicus, GovSatcom, space situational awareness, and a number of other activities. We based our work in 3 pillars. The pillar of exploitation, exploiting means to use, and this is about providing services that are reliable, that are performant for Galileo and for EGNOS, but also about developing the new GovSatcom hub and about becoming the front desk of space surveillance and tracking from 2023 onwards. Our second pillar is about security. Security means securing the assets we have, so making sure that Galileo and EGNOS are secure, making sure that all the components of the EU Space program are accredited when necessary, but is also about using space, using the space assets, space data, space services for security missions, for our governmental users that need space in order to make sure that our life in Europe is secure and safe. Last but not least, and I will talk a little bit more about that in the rest of the presentation, is about making sure that whatever we do in space gets used, because it's very nice to build wonderful satellites, performant satellites, but it's even nicer to build satellites and systems that are used, that bring benefits, that work for our people in Europe, but also that provide benefits all around the world. And I will spend then the next minutes explaining how can you do business on all these 3 domains with us. Because, as you may imagine, on all these 3 domains, there are business opportunities. First, doing business in EU space. And this is about exploitation. So indeed, by doing the things that I have already mentioned, providing the Galileo and EGNOS services, delivering or developing GovSatcom hub, being the SST front desk, we do have opportunities for industry. As you can imagine, the majority of the activities for which we are responsible, we do them with industry, we do them with large companies, we do them with small companies, we do them with SMEs, and in particular, when it comes to the so-called midstream, so the operations, the service provision, we do work with industry for Galileo and EGNOS. And in there are significant opportunities, and opportunities that are all available all across Europe. Also on development activities. On development activities, we do work very tightly together in a very close partnership with the European Space Agency, responsible for the new systems, for the new generations of Galileo, the new generation of EGNOS, also the design authority for both those systems, and indeed, when it comes to development, also the interface with industry, working in partnership with us and the European Commission. So here, there are indeed opportunities for the industry that is either on the upstream, developing new systems, new technologies, or for industry that is in the midstream, operating those systems, operating those technologies. Of course, there is also the opportunity to do business with EU space. This is quite relevant in the area of security. In security, we do have a wide variety of activities. I would highlight three. First, we are responsible for security accreditation of all components of the program. We do that through our Security Accreditation Board. We are responsible as well for the operational security of Galileo and EGNOS. What does that mean? That means the day-to-day security of those systems, making sure that their development is done according to the security requirements, the security standards, making sure that their operations are secured. Here, let me focus for a moment on two aspects. Naturally, the physical security, so making sure that the systems and the sites are physically secured. But very important, and more important than ever these days, cybersecurity. And here it is an area where we are looking for competencies and capabilities, and there are opportunities for industry to work with us in the domain of cybersecurity. And then we have, of course, security operations. This is 24/7 work, where we are monitoring the security of Galileo on the one hand, and in addition to that, we are looking for the possibilities to extend that work to other components of the space program. Last but not least is how can we do business from EU space. You will hear a lot about that today, in the afternoon. Tomorrow there are several sessions that will focus on that. But here let me focus very important on everything that is related to market and innovation. Because space brings benefits. Space brings benefits to many sectors. We have done an extensive study earlier this year, and earlier this year, where we have identified 17 sectors of our economy, of our work, that benefit from space. And they are there's quite a wide variety. Of course, transport with the road, rail, aviation domain, but also areas such as energy management, insurance and finance, agriculture, forestry, fisheries, etc. Space brings benefits to a wide range of activities. Then comes the question, how can we reap those benefits? Well, we can reap those benefits by having industry developing applications, developing tools that allow to translate the services and data that come from space into concrete things that answer business needs. And here, let's say in our space domain, we have a very concrete task, very concrete role, which is to understand what are the user needs, what does the user need, be it the driver, the tractor driver, the truck driver, the energy manager, the fisher, and how can we transform, or how can we answer to that need by using space data and space services? Because let's face it, of course, the user will want their need to be answered, whether the answer comes from space or not. That is a question that comes to us, to our community here. And this is done working with large companies, of course, working with SMEs, and therefore the application development, both the role of SMEs, large companies, but also companies in the target user segment is fundamental. And this is done as well with startups and innovators. And here, in this area, we are very proud to work very closely together with the European Commission on the implementation of Cassini, through several means and tools, for example, prizes, for example, contact with venture capitalists, for example, coaching, in order to elaborate business plans. And this is also very important because with this we can cover the entire scope. So I hope that with this brief introduction, and it is an introduction of what some of my colleagues will be telling you today and tomorrow, I have created some appetite for also Czech industry, Czech academia, Czech actors to do business with the EU in space and with USPA in space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Da Costa. We just heard some tips how to do business with European Union. But what about the European Space Agency itself? I think our next guest will know something about that. Unfortunately, because of his busy schedule, he will talk to us only remotely. But anyway, it's a huge honor to me for invite the Director General of European Space Agency, Mr. Josef Aschbacher.
Very glad to be with you. partners in some of the big flagship programs of ESA. The next slide shows some more examples where the Czech Republic is also involved quite significantly. You see Athena, our space science mission, where you provide the charged particle diverter. In MTG, which will be launched on the 13th of December, very shortly, where you provide a cryostat structure. Then on Hera and Plato also have some significant technology which comes from the Czech Republic, and many other domains which are not listed here, but these are some of the highlights where your industry is particularly good. And I'm very happy to say that this excellence, I really saw it growing up over the last years. And thank you also from the government side for having accompanied it regularly and allowing this industry to really develop very nicely in the European context. Next slide. Strong ESA-EU relations. This really is a priority of myself, as you know. And I'm very happy about the words I just heard from Timo Pesonen, my colleague and Director General on DG DEFIS, about how strongly he is committed to really work together hand in hand. And this is something which I am also fully committed. You know that. I have expressed it very clearly in Agenda 2025, but we also do it in day-to-day work. We work on many aspects. I'm very happy to work very closely with Rodrigo and his team at the EUSPA in implementing, in particular, the operation of Galileo, but also on some of the other activities we work together. The FFPA provides our framework, our stable ground based on which we are doing this cooperation. And this is something I would like to further not only continue to strengthen and even further work on it. And for me, having a very strong, very clear relationship, cooperation, being partners of the European Union and its institutions is essential to bring space forward. And this is something I would really like to focus also next year, where the evolution of ESA will be a major topic. And evolution, of course, means to make sure that we are best placed to work with our partners, that means the member states and the major partners like the European Commission, but also EUMETSAT and others in implementing and developing a very strong space program for Europe, because that is what we need and that is what Europe wants to do. Next slide, please. Commercialization, which is a key topic of today's space conference or this space week. We do many things. We have a very strong ESA agenda on commercialization. I see that in the speakers list, there are several of our colleagues from ESA speaking to you throughout the week, and I'm very happy about the support we can provide to you in the Czech Republic to forge partnerships and cooperation projects. You see some of them mentioned here. At the beginning, I heard very clearly from Mr. Oczko the cooperation you have on business incubation centers. This is one mechanism where we really want to move space into SME startups and help them succeeding. Since the beginning of my job as a DG of ESA, which is now a year and a half ago, I have signed 19 agreements with venture capital companies or funding institutions to really make sure that on our side we provide access to technology and companies, but also through these cooperation agreements, these 19 I mentioned before, we provide access to funding, which of course is needed for startups, SMEs and space projects, space companies to really be successful. So there are many opportunities, and I really encourage you to make good contact with our teams where we implement some of these activities also, as Timo mentioned before, in close cooperation with the European Commission, with the Cassini program and other activities. Next slide. Yeah, next slide is really the last one to thank you, not only for the attention, but also thank you for working so closely with us, moving space forward. We have a lot to do. Europe is good, Europe is excellent, and I would like these kids and this slide here to be the young generation that is being inspired by our activities, that find jobs for future activities, that help us protecting our planet through climate change activities and many other domains in which we are working. So thank you very much from my side, and a very nice, warm greeting from Paris to my friends and colleagues in the Czech Republic. I really would like to be with you, but sometimes logistics don't allow for that. So thank you from my side.
Thank you very much, Director General, it was a pleasure to have you here, at least remotely. Thank you. Mr. Director General spoke about some of Czech success during last couple of years. I think it will be nice to hear some more stories from this topic, and exactly that wants to present our next guest, Mr. Václav Kobera, from Ministry of Transport, who is also a director responsible for intelligent transport system, space activities, and research and development and innovation. Please, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. Timo, Rodrigo, colleagues, Mr. Očko, I'm very happy to have a few minutes and inform you, because, well, we can use this opportunity. This is the presidency even, but, well, I think that it's a good opportunity to show you something about Czech space. I would like to focus on industry and academia. Well, these successes are mainly the successes which we see through our activities, industrial activities and scientific activities. But, well, we live in a complex world, so I would like to show you that we are part of this complex world. And we started a long time ago, and there are some milestones we can see throughout our evolution. Well, 44 years ago, the first astronaut. Well, in future, we hope we will have the new one. But well, we will see, because it's about some opportunities, and we need to discuss further. And our activities are quite linked through European Union and European Space Agency. It's quite obvious, because as a mid-sized member state of EU and ESA, we really need to cooperate very much. We need to cooperate internally here, and we need to cooperate with our partners outside. This membership in EU, we exceeded EU, accessed EU 2004. We accessed ESA 2008. We decided to run for the Galileo Supervisory Authority 2006. And I think that quite a lot of things around this are something which helped us to be even more active and more visible in space activities. Well, when we celebrated 10 years of our membership in ESA, we started to organize Czech Space Weeks. So, well, it's already 2018. Well, it's the fifth edition now of this event. So, well, I'm very happy and proud of that we are able to showcase what we are doing. The EU Agency for Space Program was established 1.5 years ago. Another thing, big thing for us. It's even more visibility for the Czech Republic, I must say, because, well, the agency has a seat in Prague, and that is one of the reasons why Prague is visible on the map of the world. We are part of EU and ESA, as I said. I liked very much the icons Rodrigo used, so I use them too. But this is all about science, technologies, applications. And everywhere we need to see our entities, not only Czech, but also other European entities, academia, industry, new ideas. And we need to create an ecosystem. We need to create an ecosystem which is positive and which helps us to be able to work with the space on the ground, on the Earth, and also to use the technologies. ESA is the backbone of our space activities, because we can invest our money, taxpayers' money, and to work on the projects which are relevant to space. And especially, you can see the Czech contribution in ESA. There was a big jump 2016, and as of that time, we are trying to increase every opportunity. The opportunity is called the Council of the European Space Agency at the ministerial level, and as Director General Laschbacher mentioned, we already had this opportunity this year, and we increase again. We hope that the amount of money which we will invest next year will be even higher because of the Czech crown exchange rates. So the more we invest, the more we have money back in the contracts of the European Space Agency. I would like to show you this because, well, this is the strategy. This is our strategy. You can see the structure of a Czech industry. And you know that we are one of the leaders in the transport vehicles manufacturing. And they are complex industries. And I believe that space is complex industry too. And we can look at the space vehicles as transport vehicles too. It's important because, well, I'm coming from the Ministry of Transport, and it's something which is not that visible, but with the space traffic management in the future, it's even more visible. So the automation, digitalization came first, and now we are trying to focus on some elements which were not here before. But how we can work with this transport industry? We are very, very good in mechanical engineering. You see that we have a lot of people working in electric and optical systems. And also, we are very good in new materials. And these areas are very important for space. And on the top, of course, well, we are talking about applications and other things. But, well, when we would like to be on the top of the pyramid in science and technology, we need to focus on these 4 lines. The examples of Czech companies working with ESA, some of the examples were already mentioned. Cryostat structure will be launched with the MTG in 2 weeks. But there are many more. There are small but very complex solutions coming from the Czech Republic, going through the supply chains of biggers. And I believe that we are quite visible now. The thing is that our strategy is not to stop just here. We would like to deliver more complex solutions. And so we push to create bigger structures. And some of the examples, again, were mentioned already, but we are very proud that we are able to integrate smaller components to bigger ones, as the dispenser for Vega or the skirts for Ariane 6 boosters, or a plateau service module, or the flexible solar arrays, which we believe will be very important mechanism for future satellites. Our capabilities are growing. We have 3 associations which are very linked to space. And out of them, and maybe even up beyond them, we have the Czech space capacities, which are quite distributed around the Czech Republic. So it's not just Prague and Brno, but there are many other cities, there are many other towns where our space capacities are. And what we would like to see is really the cooperation. And this cooperation is not just between academia, industry, industry, but also academia, industry, and state. Because without this, we are not able to be successful. And I believe that this is what we prove, that over more than 10 years already, we have very good coordination of space activities in the Czech Republic, and we really have the results because of that. But well, we still know that we need to speed up. And that's why we initiated activities which we call ambitious projects. And we started to implement the first phases of these ambitious projects. And there are three kinds of ambitious projects. The first kind is the demonstration missions. We really need to see the cooperation among our industries, academia. We need to see good business cases. We need to see that we are able to integrate something ourselves, that we are able to provide some solutions outside. And this demonstration, the candidate mission is CZARM, which is a Czech advanced robotic system for servicing, exploration and resources exploitation. Then the second kind of the ambitious mission is the mission which is focused on the state user. And this is the acronym AMBIC. We use the ambitious Czech satellites, which should be the EO microsatellite, around 100 kilo at LEO orbit. And well, we see a lot of potential for future use of such a satellite if will be implemented the mission. And there are also 5 other missions which are candidate missions, which are scientifically oriented. And you see that Slavia, well, you may know that Slavia is a goddess, and also football and hockey team. But this Slavia is a space laboratory for advanced variable instruments and applications. And then we have quite poetic names. Remek is our first astronaut, but this means the radiation environment monitor for energetic cosmic rays. And well, in Czech, you know, Lvice means lion. And this is the Lunar Vicinity Complex Environment Explorer. Sova is owl, well, in English. Again, a very nice word. Satellite observation of waves in the atmosphere. And QUIC, last one, not the least one, quick ultraviolet kilonova surveyor. And this ambitious project, we believe, will help us to be even more visible in space, because, well, we would like to focus on, we are focusing on niche areas where we would like to be very, very visible. So I believe that next year we will be able to provide you more information about the results of the first stage, of the first phase of these projects, and that this project will help us in future to even speed up our space activities. As I said at the beginning, it's very complex. It's becoming very complex, but well, it doesn't mean that it's not with a strategy. We need to cooperate. This is just to show that there are many items, we have many areas and many activities around us. But well, in the center part is the EU space program and the programs which we support through the European Space Agency. And there are many initiatives around which we would like to be part of, and we will be part of. So thank you very much for your attention, and looking forward to see you around here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kobera, again. Now, I would like to welcome on our stage founder and CEO of TRL Space. TRL Space is the general partner of this event, so on behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank them again. Mr. Capone, if you can join us on the stage. it's yours. Thank you.
Thank you. So, good morning. It's very nice to see all the Czech industry and also friends from foreign to be together here in the 5th Czech Space Week. I mean, if you wonder why everything is yellow and black, well, it's because of us, because these are our colors. TRL Space. Well, it's quite a new brand, because the company was founded 1 year ago, but all our team has really old faces. We work in the space industry since 2008, and in TRL Space we were able to connect all this experience in one company for the purpose and the vision, which says that we would like to have by 2030 Czech flag on the moon and our products and services on every continent. And by products and services, I mean something we do together with you, together with other partners, and this is what I will talk about. Because everything aims to one single thing, and it's following the strategy of Ministry of Transportation to make all these great and unique things which we have in Czech Republic, the experience, the products, but create the biggest added value, and that's the system integratorship of the small satellites and probes. But before I go to that, I think it's polite to introduce the general partner, so just a bit of data and numbers. So the company is still owned by 100% of the Czech private individuals, so it's a Czech company, Czech brand. We recently raised a €3 million investment, which helps us to very quickly develop our products and to be able to be on the global market. The recent valuation finished says that the company has a value of €10 million, and at the moment we have €3.6 million in ongoing contracts since the first year. We have 25 engineers on board, and we need to fulfill the plan for next year, which is 40. We have a lot of associate partners from academia, from universities, but also from the Academy of Science, which work together with us. At the moment, we are working on 3 small Earth observation satellites for the commercial customer. We are working on this moon probe, which is the cooperation with European Space Agency, and we have 5 products in development, which I will introduce you a little bit later. And our strategy, as I said, we would like to sell our service and the products worldwide. And that's what we are already doing. We travel the world. We have contracts pending in each of the continents. And it's our strategy to go outside European Space Agency, outside Europe. And I can tell you that the Czech experience and product is very well welcome and highly demanded. So I encourage everybody to step outside of Europe and try to sell your products worldwide, because they are really highly appreciated. We have a lot to offer in Czech Republic. So if you ask the system integrator how, I would like to say what I see behind this word, because to me it's not only to integrate the system, to integrate the satellite together, but to me it's to integrate the industry and academia together, because this is the only way how we can sell all the competence we have in Czech Republic. So in TRL Space we are not inventing or reinventing the wheel. That was done many times. But everything we do, we build on what's already existing in our country and within our partners. And what we do is that we would like to deliver the highest added value, and that's a final product. Not to supply what we can do to someone else, but to be able to create it within the country and our territory. And as my presentation says in the beginning, it always comes to the word together. And I just don't want to I would like you not to confuse the word together with cooperation, because cooperation can be like 10 companies working together, but I mean, they cooperate on the project, but working together means to have a single product, the joint product, and everything we do jointly. So it's not like we cooperate, but we have the same goal. And as I said, the main purpose is to take every niche technologies we have in Czech Republic and sell them as a complete mission or a complete product. And by that, we can form a unique solutions. And that's what we've done, and I will show you, because, I mean, I don't know if you heard, if you're familiar, but the Czech Republic is one of the leading countries in lasers technologies. So, naturally, what we did is that we joined with the laser center, and we said, oh, we'll send the laser to space. And this is how the unique product is done. It sounds simple, it's not that simple, but there is many of products which we can sell worldwide and make them as a good products. And yeah, together we are stronger and we can compete with the world. We have two teams, so the company is divided into one we called Explorers, and that's the team which is providing the service. And the service is the satellite development and system engineering, so the custom build of satellites for customers. The second team is called Guardians, and they are working on the product development. As I mentioned earlier, we have 5 in the pipeline. The first one is onboard data processing, together with companies ITRA, but also others, which provides the unique opportunity to save the data, to compress the data, and receive only the final information from the satellite, so you don't need to process the data afterwards, because there are plenty of them. And I think we all agree that there is many data, but it will take 2 lifetimes to process what satellites generates now. Cybersecurity for satellites, it's a big topic we adopted, also, again, together with one startup from ESA Business Incubation Center, where we work not only on the software, but hardware together. Because we don't want to buy the hardware which is already existing, because then it will be easy to hack, so it will be all secured, and it's an end-to-end solution for satellites. Smart camera system, we decided that the optical sensors are not, I mean, if you would like to measure anything for agriculture or for border protection, I mean, the optical camera has its limits. But with hyperspectral camera, you can see through the woods, you can see through the tree. Not only if the tree has enough oxygen, but maybe there is a military equipment hiding in the woods, and the hyperspectral camera can tell you that. And this is especially the product which is highly demanded in Africa, because they have these challenges. LiDAR, and that was the example I mentioned earlier. This is in cooperation with the Highlands and with the company ESC. We're trying to develop LiDAR for multiple uses. One could be the space traffic management, but then it could be used for topography, but also for mapping the undersurface of any object in space. And then coming down from the orbit to the stratosphere, to 20 kilometers, hubs, which is done in cooperation with Stratasys, VZW, and also Rwanda Space Agency, because they allow us to do a lot of tests on this. This could be for the regions which doesn't see the value of the satellite or cannot afford it, because it can provide you the same data, better resolution, but 10 times less the cost. I would like to, before I conclude, say that we are also working on 2 missions. One is called LUGO. It's a Lunar Geology Orbiter mission. And this is something we started on our own, but after the discussion with European Space Agency, the LUGO mission should fly to Moon by 2028 and should be operated by 2030. And its only purpose, not only, but one of the main purpose, is to map the undersurface of the Moon. Because as you see over there, I mean, we know how the Moon looks like, but only on its surface. But on the surface, there are huge lava tubes, which can be useful for any future exploration or even habitation of the human being on the Moon. And it's a simple, not that simple, but let's say if I say it in one word, it's orbiter, which will circle the Moon on a very low orbit and provide us with the map of its undersurface. And this map will be provided then to ESA and NASA for future rover missions, because then the rovers, they will know where to land, what to explore, and when those lava tubes actually are, because nowadays we don't know. And the last, but not least, is the mission Troll, which is our own mission. It's a demonstration satellite, where all these products I mentioned, we would like to demonstrate their new generation, and also to prove that as a system integrator, we can do complex things. But the Troll has more than just qualify to some products, but the Troll has a space for you, and space for our partners from Africa, but also Slovenia or Baltics, because we are offering you the flight opportunity. Because this is how we started in 2008 as a Czech Republic, and we believe that we should pay back and contribute. So for all new member states, but also startups, we are offering a flight opportunity. You just need to deliver your product on time. That's the only requirement we have. And you can be on orbit in the mid-2024 and qualify your product. And this stands also for all the software developments, because Troll will provide future demonstration of any software for next 3 years. So even the startup, even the universities, they can upload the software and demonstrate them on the many payloads which Troll will have. So to conclude, I would say that where we are heading and where I believe we should is to deliver the complete missions and the highest added value, because we can do it as a country and as all the industry and academia and all the experience we have. Just we need to work on it together. Last thing, you probably wonder that there is no coffee for free. I will tell you that there is. It's on our stand. It's the one yellow and black. You can have a cup of coffee for free. I just brought fresh Rwanda and Kenya coffee, which is the best on the world. I brought it from Africa 2 weeks ago. And there is one more thing. I mean, if you scan the QR code, which is on the cup, you can go to the contest and register your name, and this name will then fly to space on Troll. I mean, it's not the unique, you wonder, because I believe we are all already on Mars with NASA and myself twice. But this is the first time when your name could be brought to space by Czech satellite. So it's a good coffee and a good opportunity to fly in space. Thank you very much.
Before you leave us, I would like to have a few questions on you, because you are a general partner, so you really don't have small targets, and I like it.
Thank you.
On your flyer, there is an interesting note that your company is trying to get at the bottom of quantum encrypting as well. That is something for what this year's Nobel Prize in Physics was partly given. How important is for a company like yours to follow the most recent discoveries and trends in fundamental basic research such as these?
Yeah, it's very fundamental, because as I mentioned, we work on the cybersecurity. But we realized, and that's why we joined with the cyber center we have in Brno at the Masaryk University, because once the quantum encrypting will be there, then we can, I mean, like throw away our product, because, I mean, quantum would probably decode everything which is now cyber-secured. So it's very important for us to follow it. Otherwise, we will lose the product. And I believe this can happen tomorrow or in 10 years. No one can say, but it could be done. It's behind the corner.
And about the lunar mission of yours, can you tell us with which scientists are you working on it?
Yeah, I mean, there is 35 scientists, and don't ask me for the names, because...
and which institutions, for example?
Yeah, I mean, there are all the universities are involved. And because, I mean, the moon mission, and that's worth it to say, it's not... I mean, its main reason was to establish the supply chain for such things like a huge mission. And this is done with the so-called Free Seas region, which are the countries starting from Baltics, going through Czech Republic, Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, but also Romania, Bulgaria. It's all basically all the region from the post-communist era. And I believe it's important that this region is also working together, and that's the main purpose of LUGO, to establish the connection between not only Czech partners, but the partners from this part of Europe, to show to the world that we can go to the moon.
Nice. Last question. You already know, everyone knows that we have a new Czech astronaut. And I think his flight is really dependent on how we will behave in terms of how many experiments as a Czech Republic we can support or we can prepare. Are you ready to support his future mission if there will be an opportunity somehow?
Yeah, I mean, we have some experiments in mind already, but we'll definitely not want to get him to the space, because this is a different device, and we're not really counting on ourselves.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Thank you. Another half an hour will be with an amazing guest. He's a former director of NASA Ames Research Center. The center, which was responsible, for example, for Pioneer 10 and 11. These are the first spacecraft ever which visited Jupiter and Saturn. From 2015, he is an executive director of Breakthrough Starshot, a project by the Breakthrough Initiatives, which wants to develop a proof-of-concept fleet of light-sail interstellar probes. Please welcome our next guest, Pete Worden. Welcome, Mr. Warden. It's a pleasure to have you. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you. I'm really delighted and honored to be back here in the Czech Republic to talk about some of the cool things we're doing. Last year, I think I noted that it was my first meeting outside of COVID, so I had to check that I had my pants on. But this year, I forgot my jacket, so please bear with me. What I'd like to talk about is a different part of the new developing space economy, and this is the private sector philanthropic space initiatives. And I want to talk about a number of things. First of all, the breakthrough initiatives, which I run, which is private sector space science. Then I want to talk about some new things like using solar sailing, kind of going back to propulsionless travel. And then finally, I want to talk about a few fun things that we now believe there's possibilities to get material from other stars here on Earth. I represent the Breakthrough Prize Foundation, which was founded in 2010 by a number of high net worth people, including Mark Zuckerberg from Facebook, now Meta, Sergey Brin from Google, and Yuri Milner from DST Global, and a few other high net worth folks. And their objective was to highlight science. We give the world's largest science prizes. There's 6 or 7 each year that are $3 million US. It's over twice the size of some Swedish prize I'm not supposed to mention. But the key thing, how I got involved in this, is the prize ceremony is held at NASA's Ames Research Center, and this year it will once again be held early next year in person. And I was the director of the center when we did this, and we allowed them to have what's called the Oscars of Science, where we're trying to really make movie stars out of scientists. And there's always an old saying that if you have a big party, invite the landlord. So I got invited to this every year and got to know these high net worth people. It's sort of an interesting Silicon Valley event. It's the only black tie affair in Silicon Valley, and we had to explain to certain of the billionaires that black tie didn't mean black T-shirts. But this has been a spectacular event, and but the sort of founder of it was, I mentioned Yuri Milner, who's an Israeli investor. And he told me that he wanted to not just do science, but or reward science, but make investments. So I'm going to talk about that. I do want to mention one sort of really fun part of the Breakthrough Prize Foundation. This is the Breakthrough Junior Challenge. Each year we give a person between the age of 13 and 18 an opportunity to make a several-minute video. We get something like 10,000 entries across the world. The winner gets a $250,000 US scholarship to go wherever they want to college. The school gets a $50,000 or $150,000 laboratory. But to me, the neatest thing is we give the teacher that inspired the student a $50,000 check. The first year we did this, the young man who you see at your upper left there had forgot to tell the teacher that he nominated him. And so when we called the teacher and said, "Where do we send your $50,000 check?" the teacher's first question was, "Is this a call from Nigeria?" But I'm really proud to say that we've had winners from around the world. We've actually had more women than men. This year's winner was from the country of Mauritius. But a really neat thing, there'll be an announcement coming out for next year's program. Well, the Breakthrough Initiatives is a science effort, again, privately funded, and we have 3 fundamental questions. The first one, is there intelligent life anywhere in the universe other than Earth? And of course, this begs the question, is there intelligent life on Earth? I usually say the farther away you are from national governments, the better to find it. but it's a very exciting effort. It's sometimes called the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. The second one is there any life elsewhere? Just to remind everybody, we don't know of any place outside Earth where there's life. And the third one is the one that is Breakthrough Starshot, which was I'm also the executive director of, is can we send probes interstellar distances? And I'll talk about all of these. Now, the first program we did was called the Breakthrough Listen. This is a 10-year, $100 million US program to find a signal, either in radio or optical frequencies, from an alien civilization. And we have time on most of the world's large radio and many of the world's large optical telescopes, including some spacecraft like NASA's TESS mission, a Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite. I want to quickly point out we have major programs, and the upper right is the start of the soon-to-be the world's largest radio telescope. This is the Meerkat array, which will eventually be part of the Square Kilometer array, which will be 2,000 radio antennas across southern Africa. I also want to point out another key telescope on your left and the bottom. Just the second one is the Chinese FAST radio telescope, 500-meter radio telescope, and I'm going to briefly mention some results from that. Now, just about 2 years ago, I got a call from our principal investigator at the University of California at Berkeley, and this is the radio telescope, a 64-meter radio telescope at Parkes in New South Wales in Australia, and he said, we have a signal, and the signal is from the very nearest star, and it appears to have passed all the basic tests to say it's an intelligent signal. So I opened a bottle of champagne and called our sponsor, and then about an hour later he called me back and said, well, I want to warn you that it's probably interference. So before I opened the second bottle of champagne, I said, well, look, I don't want you to tell anybody until you verify what this is really. Is it a real signal? And he said, no, the whole team is sworn to secrecy. But 2 days later, this showed up, that we had found aliens, you know, in a radio signal from the nearby star. So anybody that thinks that we can keep alien signals quiet if we know them or find them is fooling themselves. This is the signal, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on this, but on your left, you see what's called a waterfall plot. A waterfall plot is the frequency on the bottom versus time, and the strength of the signal is color, where dark green and blue is low signal and yellow is high signal. The red dot is a calibration. What we do is we take the radio telescope and point it at the source. In this case, it was Proxima Centauri, the very nearest star. Move it off a few degrees and move it back on. What you see is the actual signal that we thought was a real one. You can see this light yellow streak that sort of seems to be at an angle. That angle indicates that it's drifting in time, which indicates it's off the Earth someplace. It lasted for a few hours. When we moved the telescope off, it went away. Since then, we were able to find other signals that suggest to us, but don't prove to us, that it's probably radio interference from either a satellite or something nearby the radio telescope. At any rate, we got several papers in Nature Astronomy, which for an astronomer is like getting your picture on the front page of Rolling Stone for a rock star. This is a project we've just begun. The only place that we know of nearby in the solar system that is shielded from human interference is the far side of the moon. So we've just begun a program to see if we can find, or we can put a radio telescope on the far side of the moon, again, potentially privately funded. This could be done by the end of the decade. And it's quite an exciting effort, although there's a concern that with more and more activity around the moon, that we'll also have radio interference there. So there's a new permanent standing committee of the International Academy of Astronautics trying to figure out how we can protect the lunar far side. But this may be our last best chance to find a real alien signal. Now, I'd like to talk about the nearby star system because it's a very exciting system. It's called the Alpha Centauri system. It's about 4.3 light years away. It's only 300,000 times further away than the sun, so it's right next door. The system is a fascinating system. Rather than having one sun, like our system does, there are three of them. There are two of them that are about solar size, one a little bigger than the sun, Alpha Centauri A, one a little smaller, Alpha Centauri B, and these orbit around each other with about an 80-year period. So if you were sitting where the Earth is orbiting Alpha Centauri A, about where the planet Uranus is, you would see Alpha Centauri B. It would be very bright, but you wouldn't get much heat from it. There's also a third star in the system, and I already mentioned this. This is called Proxima Centauri. It's called a red dwarf star. It's only about 1/10 the mass of the sun, and it's only about 10,000th of the energy output. But it's a very interesting star, and I'll talk about that in a minute. We set up a program in 2016 called Breakthrough Watch, which was designed to see if we could find life-bearing planets around Alpha Centauri or a nearby star. We also set up a program I'm going to talk about to actually send probes to Alpha Centauri called Breakthrough Starshot. At that time, we knew of no planets in the Alpha Centauri system and orbiting any of the stars. However, about 3 months after we did this in 2016, there was an announcement by the European Southern Observatory that indirect evidence for a planet orbiting Proxima Centauri in the habitable zone that was about Earth-sized planet was discovered. The European Southern Observatory was nice enough to invite me to the press conference. We were nice enough to give them $5 million to follow up on this. This is what an artist's conception of that planet looks like. When I showed it to our sponsor, he said, well, if we already know what it looks like, why are we trying to go there? At any rate, we really know nothing about it other than it orbits very close to this small red dwarf star. Each year for this planet is 11 days, so it's pretty close. But it's a very dim star, so the temperature is about the same on the surface of that planet as it is on the Earth. It's called Proxima B. But recently there was a third planet, or two more have been found. The third one is also in the habitable zone. So the very nearest star, Proxima Centauri right now, is a little closer than Alpha Centauri A and B. That it may have two planets that possibly could be like Earth. So a very exciting system. Now, I mentioned signals from aliens. A few months ago, the Chinese also found that they thought there was a signal around one of these nearby red dwarf stars. They've since determined that it's also radio interference. So again, a very interesting question, but I think we may be at the verge of actually answering that question. Now, we had 100 hours of time on this radio telescope. This is the European Southern Observatory's very large telescope in Chile. It consists of 4 8-meter telescopes. Now, I'm an astronomer by background, and I have to be embarrassed that we aren't very good at naming things. This is called the Very Large Telescope. They have a new one that's about 39 meters in diameter that they've called the Extremely Large Telescope. And they originally was going to be even bigger. It was going to be like 80 meters in diameter when it was going to be called the Overwhelmingly Large Telescope. So if you want to go into astronomy and name things, we need you. We had 100 hours of time, and we looked at specifically Alpha Centauri A and B to directly see if we could image a planet, at least detecting that one's there. We had tentative evidence of a giant planet orbiting Alpha Centauri A in the habitable zone. Now, for those of you that are science fiction geeks like I am, this is a very interesting scenario. If you remember the movie Avatar in 2009, it features a human starship, which you can see in this picture, going to this giant planet orbiting Alpha Centauri A in the habitable zone. And in the movie, the planet has a moon that not only is it's Earth-sized, but it's habitable and inhabited. When we found this, this result, Yuri Milner called James Cameron, who's the producer and director for the Avatar series. He was actually in New Zealand filming Avatar 2, 3, and 4. And he got very excited. This was our annual conference, the Breakthrough Discuss Conference. It's online, and he gave a really fascinating discussion about why they picked this star system, and also how they might plan to send, in their case, humans there. We have another mission which is being built for us. It's a small satellite. It's a 12U satellite. It's actually, the satellite is being built by Endurosat, a small satellite company in Bulgaria, but the program is being led by the University of Sydney. And this is about an $8 million satellite. It should be launched in 2025. This will use a unique method to see if we can prove that there's an Earth-like or a giant planet orbiting Alpha Centauri A and find potentially others. Now, I want to talk about how we might go there. Breakthrough Starshot was announced on April 12th, the anniversary of Yuri Gagarin's 1961 flight. In 2016, it was done at the New World Trade Center in New York. You can see Yuri Milner, our founder, and also Stephen Hawking. This was Hawking's last trip to the United States. He was our chief science advisor until he passed away a few years ago. But Starshot has the objective in spending, and we intend to spend $100 million over the next decade developing technology. And our key challenge is, can we go fast enough to get to Alpha Centauri in a few decades rather than in the speeds we can go today? It would take us a century or more to get there. So we need to go 1,000 times faster. 1,000 times faster than we go today is 20% the speed of light, or 60,000 kilometers a second. Now, we point out in the middle of the 20th century, we increased our speed by a factor of 1,000. Can we do it now? And our first reaction was, this is like really hard. And it probably impossible. However, there's an old idea, and when I mean old, Kepler, in a letter to Galileo in 1610, suggested sailing on heavenly winds. Now, of course, you might say, well, there's no winds in space, except there is, especially if you make it. And so we looked at what's called a light sail approach, where you have a really small satellite, and I'll talk about where those are, attached to a light sail about the size of this stage, and then you hit it with a very powerful laser and push it for about an hour to 20% the speed of light, and then it sails through interstellar space for about 20 years, flies by the nearby star system, takes images and other data, and sends them back. Now, light sails are real, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this before I close, but we now have about a half dozen light sails that have been launched. This is the first one, which was actually privately funded by the Planetary Society. The trouble is, the sun isn't powerful enough to get us, it doesn't have enough intensity to get us to 20% light speed, but it might get us to, a 0.5% or so of light speed, and I'll talk about some of those applications. Satellites, there's a revolution going on. We've heard about CubeSats, kilogram-class satellites, but we're talking about gram-class satellites, and if you have an electronic watch, in that watch is a chip that basically does everything a satellite does. And so our objective is, can we use this technology to make a chipsat that weighs a few grams? This is Professor Zach Manchester of Carnegie Mellon University. He's holding a chipsat. We've now launched several hundred of these into space. That one was actually built by students. The total cost of that was about $10 US. So this is really a revolution in the making of building full satellites for gram class. Now, the real hard part about this is, how do you push something? You need a really big laser, and the laser is 100 gigawatts, 100 billion watts. The laser would be over 1 kilometer in diameter, and the question is, where would we put it? I was asked in 2016 where we would put this, I said, well, you want it at high altitude. We want to go to the Alpha Centauri system. It's in the southern hemisphere at 61 degrees south declination. You can only see it from the southern hemisphere. So we would probably put this high in the Andes at maybe some 5,000 meters altitude in the Atacama Desert. And so I thought this was a pretty cool thing, and I said probably in Chile. The only thing I neglected to talk to the Chilean government. Since then, I've been summoned and talked to 2 presidents of Chile, both of which said, we're very happy that you want to put some giant laser in our country, but please talk to us next time before you announce it. So this is kind of a message when you're dealing with other countries, do talk to the leadership. This is an artist's conception of the laser firing. It would fire for about an hour. It would focus on the light sail, which would probably be a spherical shape, and here you see an artist's conception. It accelerates it at tens of thousands of Gs, and then after about an hour, it then sails in interstellar space for 20, 25 years. Now, this is an artist's conception from National Geographic of these light sails flying by a planet in the Alpha Centauri system. Now, one thing is accurate. We would not send just one. We would send hundreds, if not thousands. We'll probably lose a lot in interstellar space. There's dust and things that you might hit. What's inaccurate about it is they don't all arrive at the same time. But this program is going forward and actually looks very promising. Now, let me talk briefly about light sails. NASA has a light sail mission called the Solar Cruiser mission. It's a little bit of trouble right now. We hope it'll get continued, but it'll use light sails to try to get in closer to the sun where we can measure solar activity, which interferes with our space activities and terrestrial activities, by looking at a different part of the sun. Light sails are actually quite exciting, and we have a new initiative to figure out, can we use light sails to go to the outer solar system quickly? Solar light sails, not laser ones. And the idea here is that, okay, at Earth there's not enough sunlight to push us to high speeds, but if we get close to the sun, we can get a huge push. And these are called sun divers. This last year we've had about 8 conferences on this, and it actually looks quite promising. The ultimate objective is to send a space probe over 500 astronomical units. That's about 4 or 5 times the distance of Pluto from the sun, to see if we can, if you're at that distance, if you line the sun up with another star system, the sun acts as a 1,000,000-kilometer gravitational lens. It focuses the light, and so we could actually, we think, get images of planets orbiting other stars from these kind of missions. But the only way to get to that distance is to go a lot faster than we can go today. Not as fast as the laser system will send us, but you know, maybe something like 50 astronomical units a year, 50 times the distance from the Earth to the sun. Now, the way a light sail works is just like a sailboat. It has a sail, the light bounces off it, it pushes it at a vector depending on the angle of the sail, and you can get quite a lot of thrust if you get enough light. Now, this technology is actually going along quite well. What we would do to get to the sun is you would put this thing in the Earth-Moon system, and it could be a small satellite, a few tens of kilograms. It deploys these sails. They catch the sunlight and they slow the spacecraft down over a course of about 6 months to a year. It falls towards the sun, and then when it gets close to the sun, you set the sails just like a sailboat will, and it gives you a huge push. And even with a system we can do in the next few years, we can get 5 to 10 astronomical units, meaning you can get to Jupiter in half a year, Saturn in a year, Uranus and Neptune in a couple of years. There's been prototypes already built of these systems, and I think it's going to be a revolutionary capability. There's a lot of European groups working on this. We hope, in concert with a couple private foundations, to have an announcement of opportunity to design these later this year. I'd like to talk a little bit about other places in our solar system that we might go. There's a number of places that people have talked about, sort of the moons of the outer planets, Europa orbiting Jupiter, Enceladus orbiting Saturn and Titan. Most of the focus is on Mars, but my favorite is this. This is Venus. This is Earth's evil twin. The surface temperature is some 500 degrees centigrade, so it's not likely to have any sort of life as we know it. However, about 2 years ago, there was a discovery in the upper atmosphere of Venus. This is at a level about 50 kilometers above the surface, where the temperature and pressure is about the same as it is in this room, that there is the gas phosphine. Phosphine on Earth is always associated with life. It's a biogenic gas. Now, this is an heavily argued detection, but there's other evidence that there may be life at this level. You're right in the middle of the Venusian clouds, which are made of sulfuric acid, but we'll soon find out. This is a privately funded effort that's going to go in 2025 by its primary sponsor is Rocket Lab, a company in New Zealand, in the US that will launch a probe that will go into the Venusian atmosphere, and as it falls through, it will measure whether there is some indication of life. The sensor is being developed by MIT's Professor Sarah Seeger. Now, I'd like to close with one kind of exciting effort. One of our chief advisors is Professor Avi Loeb at Harvard. 2 years ago, he wrote a bestseller called Extraterrestrial, where he said that the first interstellar asteroid, we're now seeing asteroids come in from outside the solar system and leave. This was the asteroid called Oumuamua, which was ancient Hawaiian for distant traveler. And he claims that asteroid looked a lot more like a light sail, an alien-built light sail, than it did just a rock. But we've also been able to determine that now in 2014 and again in 2019, a small rock hit the Earth's atmosphere and blew up that came from some other star system, and they appear to be made of metal. So Professor Loeb has organized an expedition, privately funded, to go look for the fragments of this. The U.S. military sensors are able to get a very precise location of where these fragments might hit. They're in the ocean, but we think that off the Papua New Guinea, we might be able to detect and pull up from the bottom of the ocean with using a magnet these systems. So we might actually have our hands on interstellar material. Professor Loeb thinks it might be alien spaceship metal. I think it's more likely just a rock, but it'd be very interesting to find out. Well, I'll stop there and really like to thank all of you for your attention. And my message is that there is a new part of private sector space, which is philanthropic space. There's a number of high net worth people now funding these things. It's a very exciting new effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Please stay with us for a few questions,
sure,
if you don't mind. Thank you for a very interesting talk. I would like to ask you one question. The Listen initiative with Breakthrough, were you consulting anything with the late Frank Drake, who was the inventor of SETI?
Yes, a question about Frank Drake. Frank Drake was one of our founders. He chaired our advisory committee on portions of the Breakthrough Listen. He was very active in the effort, and as many of you may know, Professor Drake started the SETI observation program in the early 60s, and he was very excited. We told him about this potential signal, but he was very skeptical. He said, well, we've got to check it. But yes, he was a huge inspiration to me and to our entire team.
Breakthrough Initiative was founded by several remarkable people. One of them was Stephen Hawking. You mentioned him. How do you remember him? What are your memories on him?
Well, Professor Hawking is one of the most impressive people I ever met. And I first met him in 1976. And, just very briefly at Cambridge University. you know, it takes a while to communicate with him. But when I saw him again about 6 or 7 years ago, he sort of moves his eye to communicate, and he sort of, with his voice sensor, said, "We've met before, haven't we?" And I said, "Yes, Professor Hawking," and he said, "It was at Cambridge, wasn't it?" And so it was interesting that he did remember, but he was a real inspiration to us in all these programs, particularly Starshot. Hawking's view is that humanity is not going to survive very long if we don't go to nearby stars and start expanding. And I think that's my vision, and a lot of others, is that humanity's future is unlimited, but we need to leave our solar system. Our solar system is stable now, but you don't know what it's going to be like in hundreds of thousands of years or millions. So he has been, he's really been the inspiration to all of us.
But on the other hand, he was also warning before our signals to be present towards the other universe. So.
Yeah, Professor Hawking was skeptical that we originally had an initiative to try to develop a message that we would communicate, and he said that was a very bad idea. So we didn't do that initiative. That was one of his key advices. His point is that maybe one reason we don't hear signals is that it's dangerous to send out signals and to aim them at other stars. There may be a hostile species. I tend to disagree with that, but why take chances?
Yeah. You worked on a Clementine probe, if I'm not mistaken, which was orbiting the moon at the beginning of 90s. And this probe found out the deposit of ice and found out the existence of Aitken Basin, which is the main goal of Artemis mission. How does it feel that the astronauts of Artemis program will pick up the fruit you were harvesting there?
Well, it's been very exciting. I've been responsible for about 3 or 4 missions to the moon. The Clementine mission got the first detection. Then in 2009, we sent the L-Cross mission, which actually put a probe into those craters and blew some material up that we determined there's 5% of water by weight in these permanently shadowed craters. I'm convinced that the first step to Hawking's vision is human lunar settlements. The volatiles are very important for that. I'm also very pleased that the Czech mission may begin to find places that we can live, particularly in the poles, in lava tube craters. So I think the future is unlimited. I suspect that the moon will be settled by private sector, probably beginning the end of this decade. I think the first human born on the moon will be born by 2030, and we're on our way.
Thank you, Mr. Worden.
Thank you so much.
One last question. Yep. Are you a relative to Al Worden, the Apollo 15 astronaut?
Al Worden, in an indirect way. He came to see me when I was the director at NASA Ames. Al's family is from Michigan, and I'm from Michigan. It turns out my grandfather, who was Irish, was adopted by the Worden family, so there is a direct connection. I just have a brief story about Al Worden. He had, after he was the Apollo astronaut, he was reassigned to NASA Ames. And when he came to see me, he said, you have the job I always wanted. I always wanted to be the director of NASA Ames. And I said, wow, you did what I wanted to do. I wanted to walk on the moon. So it was a very great honor to know Al Worden. He just passed away a couple of years ago.
Thank you very much, Mr. Worden. Thank you. Mr. Pete Worden. By this beautiful speech, our opening session is ending. I would like to invite you to our next session, which starts at 12:30, and it's called Space to the Next Level. Before I end, I would like to also thank again to our general partner, TRL Space, and our main partners, OHB, Czech Space, and Honeywell, and of course, ATC Space. Also, don't forget that from 1300, they are starting side events in Terrace 2A, which is down there, and 2B, and in the North Hall. You can, and of course, B2B cooperation, which is in the lobby. You can find more information about these events in the program and flyers you received at the entrance. Thank you. It's called Space to the Next Level, and we will start with several very interesting people from European Space Agency. As you probably already know, last week was a Council CM22 in Paris, where ESA, together with its partners, decided what priorities they want to pursue next couple of years. So let's hear them and from them. Before we start, I would like to thank again to our general partner, TRL Space, and our main partners, OHB, Czech Space, Honeywell, and ATC Space. And also, I would like to invite you to the starting site events, which are starting from 1300. They are in terrace 2A and 2B, and in the North Hall, you will find every info you need at the flyers and program you received at the beginning of the conference. Our first guest for this session is Mr. Giuseppe Borghi, head of the PhilLab division at European Space Agency. Please. He will tell us the priorities in the Earth observation program of ESA. The stage is yours, Mr. Borghi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'm very happy and honored to be here and to introduce to you to the ESA Earth Observation Program as has been discussed to the last week Council meeting. So I will not go in much details about what is ESA. I think our Director General made a very nice presentation just to highlight to you where is Earth Observation Program. So inside ESA is one of the biggest one, actually for the budget of 2022 is the biggest one. So what's the vision of ESA for Earth observation? Is to take the pulse of our planet. So what does it mean? It means observe our planet in many different ways, invisible, infrared, in air quality, in wind of the atmosphere, and sea ice, and so on, to take data, to take evidence-based information that allow our decision maker, our politician, the industry, to take proper decision about the future and to tackle our global and local challenges, climate change, the evolution of the society, the evolution of the economy. So the Earth observation system of Europe is our system to measure the Earth. So ESA, together with our partner, for our partner, we have developed a world-class constellation of satellites, which is divided in three categories, actually. There is the Earth Explorer. These are satellites which are science-focused. Then there is the Copernicus constellation that is being done with and for the European Union, with the European Commission, which is the constellation that provides the data to the services to Europe. And finally, there are meteorological satellites done together with EUMETSAT. So this constellation is really at the top notch of the world. We have right now 15 satellites in operation, 39 are under development, and other 18 are in preparation. So as we said last week, we had a ministerial council which meets every 3 years to agree on the programs and the resources. And now today we can say that this was a very successful ministerial for Earth observation. We have obtained a subscription of the program we presented at almost 90% level. So we presented a 3 billion program. And this will ensure Europe for resources and agreed plan for 2023 onwards and to maintain the leadership, the European leadership worldwide and the autonomy in this strategic field for Europe. So the program that has been presented by ESA to the ministerial tried to build on the lessons learned on the technology and innovation that has been created in the past and project these into the future with preparatory work, with conceptualization, with study phases, to then deliver results in two main categories, what we have called a customized Earth observation and operational Earth observation. And this has been, let's say, depicted in these three, where at the root you have the basic activities. The basic activities are the activities to look in worldwide data, into the heritage data, to understand the past, assess what are the trends, and then build for the future. The trunk of these three is the core of the program, is Future.io. This is the program that prepares Earth science, prepare the future Earth observation mission and the world-class research mission. And then we have the branches that deliver the fruits. So in the operational Earth observation, you have a meteorology mission like Aeolus. This is a constellation of 2 satellites to measure atmospheric wind by LiDAR technology. Copernicus, Sentinel, next generation, so prepare and guarantee the future of our eyes on the Earth. On the left side, you have the program for commercialization of Earth observation, which is called InCubed. The climate program to react to the challenges of the climate changes, and then 2 specific activities. One is Truth. Truth is a mission to measure, to estimate accurately the impinging flux from the sun and compare with the one reflected by the Earth to make, let's say, the radiative budget of the Earth and to provide calibration data for many missions. Digital Twin Earth is the companion activity linked to the Destiny initiative of the European Commission, where ESA, together with EUMETSAT and ECNWF, are preparing and building for the digital twin of the Earth. So this is a tree, but it's actually not just a tree, it's an ecosystem of activity that react to the needs of the science community, of our partner, of organization, to the climate change and so on, and to the business, very, very importantly, so new space, upstream and downstream activities. So a bit more of details about Future.io. Future.io is the core Earth observation research and development program since about 20 years. As I said, here we focus to the foundation and the concept of the future mission, the definition of the research mission of the future, to the mission management aspects, and also how to translate Earth science for benefit to our society. So there are several preparatory activities, including, let's say, creation of competitiveness competencies for industry to be able then to enter into the commercial market. So now if you have a look to the financial envelope of this proposal to the ministerial, the bigger part, as I said, was dedicated to Future.io, 1.6 billion. 600 million euro dedicated to the Sentinel next generation, 400 million for the Meteo Aeolus couple of satellites, and 419 million for the customized Earth observation, so means Truth mission, the climate space program, InCube, the commercialization program, and DT. So for a total of about 3 billion, and this has been subscribed at 88% level. So here we are at the Space2Business conference, so let's make a bit of focus on to how is going the business in Earth observation. So Earth observation is still a niche market worldwide. It's about 4%, 5% of the space economy, which is about $340 billion last year. But it's nicely growing, in particular in Europe. If we look to the upstream market, we have seen in the last 2 years a double in the value of the market in upstream. Europe is a leader in upstream, in delivering satellite worldwide, and we forecast this still continuing into the future. But if we look even to the application sector, the downstream sector, here we see a market that is growing double-digit, so more than 10%. And I can tell you there are not many markets right now working this way. It grows more than 10% in number of companies, in number of employees, and in sustainable revenue. So it's very important that we all support this growth because there is a fierce competition worldwide into the commercial market. And to do this, ESA has conceived a few years ago a program which is called InCubed, which stands for Investing in Industrial Innovation. This is a co-founding program where we support entrepreneurs that come to us with an innovative business idea to develop new products and services. So ESA provides a co-founding scheme up to 80%, but most importantly, provide a technical and business guidance. So we allocate a dedicated team that de-risk the development of the entrepreneur and make this becoming a success much, much faster. Another important benefit that this program delivers is the so-called ESA stamp of credibility. So we invest on things we believe on. And this credibility is very often used by entrepreneurs to get access to risk capital and private investor capital. And that's key. And it's a program zero equity and zero IPR. So ESA doesn't take any IPR, any equity. Currently it's about 180 million. We have launched, the first activity was launched in June 2018, so 4 years ago. 60 activities running right now, about 15 completed, and half of them are already generating revenue from the product. We cover all elements of Earth observation, full satellites or downstream applications. 70% of the budget allocated is on upstream, on satellites. And we go from 100K to more than 50 million euro activity. So in summary, the Earth observation program of ESA is a 3 billion, as has been presented. And if we look at how much it costs in terms of investment to each one of us, it's about €2 per year per citizen, which is less than a cup of coffee that I bought outside here. So we think it's a very good investment. It has been demonstrated that delivers a return of investment more than 4x, and in many cases more than 7x. And is also the base of a nice industry which is growing very, very fast, as I said, double-digit growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Borghi. Thank you. Galileo project. One of the most known European projects on the world is one of the main topics of our next speaker. What are the priorities for the upcoming years for satellite navigation will tell us Javier Benedicto, Director of Navigation in ESA. He will join us remotely. Ano. He should be online in a few seconds. Sorry for the delay. I hope Mr. Benedicto will tell us something about how difficult it was to cope with the loss of Soyuz rockets from Kourou. Mr. Javier will join us in a few seconds.
This is obviously space, and this is space, and this is space. How exactly? And where's space in this? This just seems completely space-free. In fact, we use space technologies on a daily basis. Digital camera sensor, space invention. Your sneakers, made using blow rubber molding that was actually first used in spacesuits. European Space Agency Business Incubator in the Czech Republic searches for such projects, startups that repurpose space technology and give it a new meaning on Earth. One Czech company, for example, uses carbon composite tubes developed for satellites to make ultralight bikes. Another firm took a particle detector from the ISS and transformed it into a multispectral scanner for art inspection. And another created an algorithm for calculating the probability of rocket trajectories and then realized the algorithm could be used in engineering, design, and financial markets. Satellites are another way of using space tech down on Earth. Some startups use satellite imagery to optimize agriculture. Others use Earth observation data to create customizable and stylish maps. Geolocation data from satellites are used by one Czech startup for drone coordination, another uses it for guiding fishermen, and yet another one for localizing sail offers. European Space Agency business incubator startups do not just use technologies from above. Sometimes they help startups to get their technologies up there. As one startup is developing commercial CubeSats, others are working on sky stations that could soon substitute satellites in the stratosphere. As space is getting more and more commercialized, the lines between Earth use and space use is getting foggy. Every time we put on our athletic shoes, we're basically wearing astronaut footwear. Maybe one day, we will use your business projects with the same ease. European Space Agency Business Incubator Czech Republic will always help you get your idea off the ground.
Mr. Javier Benedicto should be ready in few seconds. Sorry for a slight delay. It was some kind of technical trouble. The Galileo project is one of the most known European projects, and he will talk about this. And as well, I hope he will tell us how many more satellites we need, when, and what was the how difficult was to cope with the losing of possible Soyuz rockets which were flown Galileo satellites from Kourou, and which, of course, we ended the cooperation with Russians because of the invasion to Ukraine. I think the Galileo project is a leading example how Europe can be the leading innovator in the world. So, Mr. Javier Benedicto, Director of Navigation in ESA, please. You can start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Mr. Javier, you can start talk. We can hear you. Everything is good. Thank you.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you for this invitation. I'm really glad to address your audience and to take you through the current status of the satellite navigation activities in Europe and our future plans, and in particular activities which have been endorsed by our last Ministerial Council at ESA last week. So let us go into the first view graph, please. And this is actually displaying Galileo and EGNOS are on the first view graph, please. Next view graph. Can you see the view graph on the screen?
I'm sorry, Mr. Benedicto, we still have some troubles with your presentation. If you can wait for a few more seconds, yes. We will try to fix it.
Of course.
Yeah, when you're here, can I ask you one question? Because of the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, the collaboration with Russians at Kourou and with Soyuz rockets and starting of Galileo satellites is lost. How difficult was to cope with the losing of this kind of transportation for Galileo satellites? Can you tell us something about that?
Yes, so we have had to, I don't know if the cooperation is lost, but certainly it is interrupted due to the geopolitical situation. The Soyuz launch services from Kourou have been discontinued, and therefore, from a European perspective, we have to wait until the availability of the Ariane 6 launcher, for which the maiden flight is planned towards the end of 2023. Clearly we have an operational system which we have to maintain. We have to maintain also the quality of the services, Galileo services, and this requires the capability to provide additional spare satellites in orbit. We have 10 satellites for which the production has been completed, and they are on ground. And we are currently analyzing possible gap filler solutions for launcher services other than Ariane 6 until Ariane 6 becomes available. And this with a view to be able to resume the deployment of the constellation towards the end of 2023, if that would be necessary from the point of view of ensuring the continuity of the services.
Thank you. How are you satisfied with the longevity of Galileo satellites? Like every satellite has, let's say, several years of functioning, but some of them are working longer than others. Are you satisfied with the quality of work which was made for these satellites to work for such a long time?
Yeah, I think the quality of operations of the satellites in orbit is outstanding. We have to recall that the first Galileo operation satellites were deployed in 2011, so next year it will be 12 years in orbit by the first in-orbit validation satellites, and the other satellites, FOC satellites, were deployed from 2014 onwards. The quality is outstanding. They are delivering best quality services because of the performance of the technology. And for the time being, we have no concerns with respect to to ensuring the continuity of the constellation in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Benedicto. We will try to fix our problems in here, and we will get in touch with you in several minutes. Right now, we are switching to another guest. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, sorry again for slight technical details. Our next guest, I think everyone here or saw some news a couple of months ago about the spacecraft DART, which hit purposefully the moon Dimorphos of asteroid Didymos. In the near future, the spacecraft made by European Space Agency will visit this asteroid. This and other space safety-related topics will cover for us Mr. Jorge Amarot Monteverde, Senior Strategy Officer in the Operations Directorate at European Space Agency. So, please.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Jorge Amarot. Do you hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Monteverde. You can start.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So thank you very much for having me here. I will introduce you to briefly to the content of the Space Safety Project program and the status after the ministerial. The next slide, please. Next slide, when you can, please. Okay, so what are the goals of the Space Safety Program? We have very specific goals. We really need to have a space weather system, a warning system, tailored to European user needs, telling us well in advance about geomagnetic storms, solar activity in general, which can jeopardize the space infrastructure or even the ground infrastructure. Or in the area of what we call planetary defense, we have clear requirements to have early warnings for asteroids which are bigger than 40 meters about 3 weeks in advance, and the capability to deflect asteroids smaller than 500 meters 2 years before. This last one is related, for example, with the DART mission and the HERA mission, which we are preparing that I will comment afterwards. In the area of space debris, we are really focusing on the having established a set of European players for the growing market of space traffic technologies and products. Right now, everything related about space traffic is really going up and in interest by the states and also by the markets. And last but not least, to prepare the European industry for a zero debris policy, leading to a circular economy in space. We are not a regulator entity. We cannot impose zero debris regulations. But in ESA, within the realm of ESA content, we can really have an approach going towards zero debris, which will put the European industry in a good position, in a very good position, even leading one, when those regulations come into place. Next slide, please. So where are we coming from? We started as a SSA program, the Space Situational Awareness, with just a monitoring approach, monitoring and tracking and risk analysis. Starting in 2009 with just 50 millions, 2012 another 50 millions. We doubled the size in 2016, and in 2019 we moved to the so-called, what is called now the Space Safety Program. We added the mitigation and prevention dimensions, and we also added a number of missions, and this is why you see here a big increase. Next slide, please. We are now just starting the second period, starting from last week. We have got a very good subscription, in this case 733 million euros, and this is the way it looks like. I will start from below. We have Cosmic, what we call Cosmic, which entails all the core activities and which were usually in the Space Situational Awareness program, so the observation ones and tracking. And we also added a number of small missions and something we call the competitiveness segment to prepare the specific element in the program to prepare industry for the space safety markets. If we go up, then we have the Vision mission, which is an operational mission in the Lagrangian point 5, which will be monitoring the sun from a unique perspective. There are two important things here. First, it's the first time humankind will go to the L5 point, which is an equilateral triangle between the sun and the Earth, in the orbit of the Earth. And there we will have the capabilities to monitor together with an in situ mission from NASA, which will be in the Lagrangian point 1, the solar activity in an operational way. So we are where nobody will have ever been, and we will be operational, not science, will not be a science mission. Then the HERA is the companion mission to the NASA DART mission. That will completely validate and characterize the situation after the impact. So both NASA and us will have full technology for asteroid deflection in case an asteroid poses a hazard towards the Earth. And last but not least, we have the ADRIOS, the so-called active debris removal and in-orbit servicing. We already started in the period 1 in 2019, the so-called Clear Space 1 mission, which is the objective is to remove from its orbit an ESA-owned piece of debris. In this case, the upper stage, the adapter of a former Vega launcher. And this is ongoing now, already ongoing, the development. And we have got in this ministerial extra funding for another in-orbit servicing. In this case, still to be defined, can be extension of the life of a geosatellite, can be refueling of a LEO constellation, can be a number of things. So this is the way the program looks as of Wednesday, last week at the ministerial. Next slide, please. So if we go a bit into the details. So first, we have Vigil. You see here a picture. So as I said, it will make a equilateral triangle in the L5 point between the Sun and the Earth. And there it is equipped with a number of instruments to measure the magnetic field, to measure the mass ejections, a number of parameters. They will have also a coronagraph. And as I said before, it is an operational mission. It provides warnings for space weather events generated in the Sun. This will be the main element of what we call the space weather system, which will be complemented by a number of smaller missions, which I will mention later on. Next slide, please. HERA. So HERA is already in its development. It is planned to be launched in 2024, and it will be composed of a main satellite and 2 companion CubeSats, Juventas and Milani. And it's already ongoing, the development, and for the period 2, we plan to have the launch. Yeah, the current period ends in 2025, and it is launched in 2024. And we plan to have the launch, the operations, and to perform the development of the Mission Operations Center and the scientific observations. Next slide, please. Aldous Clear Space One. Here you see a diagram showing how the mission is. It will be launched in 2026. Oh no, sorry, 2025. It will raise to a low Earth orbit and grab this adapter from the Vega launcher, where 6 robotic arms will open and kind of hug the piece of debris, and it will bring it down to the Earth and in a forced re-entry, causing the disintegration. So the important thing about this is to take into account that it is a commercial mission. It is co-funded with industry, and it is to support industry to prepare for business. After this mission, they will be ready to provide this service on a commercial basis to whoever wants to re-enter a piece of the debris because of regulations, for example. So this is the case one of the cases I mentioned, in which we are preparing through ESA missions for space, for industry. So when the regulation comes, we are in an advantageous position compared to others. Next slide, please. And this is all in the frame of what we call the zero debris approach. Yeah, so what do we want in the zero debris approach? Basically, to leave no trace of as far as possible, to leave no trace of what we are doing in space, causing debris neutrality as much as possible, not net zero pollution strategy, and with the clear objectives in 2 dates. By 2030, where we will design and operate for the probability of a successful disposal well above 90%. This means that from what we do and launch into space, at most 10% will be left over, and not most of it, as it is the case now. And we are providing technologies for the removal services for remaining in orbit failures. Okay. So everything we launch, it will be designed in a way that will be re-enter, will disappear from space as soon as possible. And those objects which we cannot be disposed by themselves, we will try to have the technologies for removal. And if we go to 2050, the objective will be to have a real circular economy in space, where 50% of the launched mass will be reused or recycled to some extent. As I said at the beginning, we are not regulators. This cannot be put as a law, but we can enforce it through the ESA missions, setting again the European industry in a leading position when the regulations come, and they will come for sure. They are being prepared as we speak. Next slide, please. In line with this, the IOS mission, the in-orbit servicing mission, I already mentioned that it is meant to provide a service to an existing operational satellite or non-operational satellite in case it is already exhausting its fuel, for example. The novelty of this mission, it very much looks like the Clear Space 1, but it's not the removing, it's servicing. And here, we already asked for the servicer to provide a clear customer and an agreement of the customer to receive the service and pay for the service. Okay, so we are really going one step further in the commercialization of these services, because things are happening as we speak. The Americans and other markets are really progressing in a very quick way, and we really have to speed up. We don't want to lose the big piece of the cake, of the market cake, which is in the game. Next slide, please. So these were the missions, but we have at the core of the program what we call Cosmic, the core and small missions, including a competitiveness segment. So on the right, you see the core activities in space weather, planetary defense, space debris, clean space, which include monitoring technologies and others. And on the left, you see the small missions and projects that will go through some details in the next few slides. And we also have the competitiveness segment as part of Cosmic. All this is subscribed in one pot, one common pot at the ministerial. So it is up to the ESA and the national delegations to come up with the precise definition of all this through the work plans approved in the coming months and years. Next, please. So first mission in Cosmic, the Aurora mission, is a small constellation. We will prepare for this period a demonstration with one satellite and then a small constellation of 3 satellites. Is basically a mission to generate imaging data of day and night. Okay, so of the aurora oval for geomagnetic storm forecasting. This is really important, especially for the Arctic and the Antarctic poles and the Nordic economies. Okay, so next slide, please. So also in Cosmic and compatible and complementary to the Lagrange, to the Vigil mission on the Lagrangian point 5, we are going to deploy a number of space weather nanosats in low Earth orbit based on CubeSat technology. This is quite interesting for existing institutes which are already working on the generation of data from ground observations and from hosted payloads, and this will be the next step. So we are going to follow a new space approach, providing greater flexibility, miniaturized instruments, and very cost-effective and dynamic systems. And the first missions will be implemented in period 2, which is the current one. Next, please. More in Cosmic. So related to planetary defense, we have what we call the Near-Earth Object Survey System, the NEO survey system, basically based on 2 elements, the Fly-Eye telescope and a new approach based on COTS telescopes, which is the telescope array. And the objective is to survey the whole night sky every day or every night, to really have a clear picture of the asteroids which are out there, and we are monitoring them, tracking them, and making a risk analysis of potential hazards. Next, please. Before going into, are you going next? Okay. Let me tell you before we go into this that we're already planning a couple of planetary defense missions. The HERA mission is part of this, of course, of the planetary defense approach. But we are preparing what we call NEO-MIR mission to observe asteroids in the infrared. And also we plan to have a mission to the Apophis asteroid. Apophis is an asteroid that will pass below the geo belt, will get to Earth closer than geo satellites. And this is a unique opportunity in which we don't have to go to the asteroid. The asteroid is coming to us, and it's not posing any hazard to the Earth, although it's coming very close. But it gives us a wonderful opportunity to really observe and to characterize more about this kind of asteroids and to create technology to deflect them and to avoid the dangers. Okay, so coming to laser technology, for observing both NEOs and debris, and especially debris, we normally use telescope, optical technology, radar technology, and so on. And we are really developing laser technology for this. It really provides a much more precise ranging approach, and also for small debris, really small debris. And we are advancing this by using networking of laser technologies to really reduce the uncertainties on the position. We are using existing lasers. We have recently deployed a laser ranging station, for example, in the Canary Islands, and this is working quite well. And we are going to go even one step further, not only ranging, not only measuring and detecting debris, but also the possibility to influence it, to really deflect it somehow, to make it slower through the laser, and creating an earlier decay and disintegration. And this is called laser momentum transfer. And we hope to have a demonstration of these technologies during this period. Next, please. One more mission, Wisdoms. This is also in the area of space debris. And here we are introducing a novelty. We are observing in situ the debris. We will have a satellite in congested orbits with powerful optics observing the debris in those orbits and providing very, very useful data. And also we plan to have intelligent systems on board, artificial intelligence, providing much more added value for the observational data. Next, please. Another piece, as you see, the amount of things we are developing in Cosmic are very varied, and this is one example. This is what we call the deorbiting kit, which is a kit to demonstrate in flight the direct re-entry of spacecraft and the launcher adapters. It will be a kind of code that you can buy, and when you can, the same way you can add payloads to a satellite, you will be able to add a deorbiting kit to a satellite or to a launcher stage. You will be able to add a deorbiting kit to force the re-entry in the atmosphere. And this is, as it says in the slide, is a very important building block for the zero debris approach. So you don't have to redesign your satellites. You simply have to buy something which is on the market to deorbit it. Next slide, please. And this is my last slide. And this is something very much related to the workshop of today, the competitiveness segment. So everything I told you so far is based on work plans, so activities which we define together with the national delegations, and then we procure them with industry. But this is the other way around, and it's similar to other elements in other programs like the GSTP Element 2, perhaps you know it, InCubed, Index Observation, NAVISP Element 2, in which we are allowing industry to propose their own activities. Of course, this means they will have to co-fund, but the activities will have to be already in the last mile. This is a support to the last mile before commercialization. It came about because there were, in the last few years, there were a number of companies which needed just a little push to their technologies and their systems in order to become commercial and to be able to go for a given market. And this is what we are doing. We got quite good acceptance by the national delegations. They really agree with the need to support industry, and we have already a number of discussions with interested industries that could be applying to this scheme. And this is all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Monteverde. It was a pleasure to have you here. Thank you. Our next guest will be a head of future space transportation, Rüdiger Albat. So what's the future at ECA with Vega C rocket or Ariane 6 rocket, or, for example, with Space Rider? Let's hear it from Mr. Albert himself.
Thanks a lot for your invitation. And first, very near future, can you all hear and see me rightly?
We can see you, we can hear you, Mr. Albert. So can you share the screen with us?
We will not have to share a screen. I will do something very old-fashioned. I will do a speech without PowerPoint slides. And I hope that I will be able to attract your attention over roughly 10 minutes.
Okay. So
I foreseen to give you a short keynote speech talking about first our landscape, which we have today, then about overarching objectives around the space transportation and the future preparation, give you then a snapshot on what happened last week in Paris during our ministerial conference, and then finishing with the larger vision of the road ahead of us, leading us into the 30s of this decade. First of all, I would like to excuse my boss, Daniel Neuenschwander, the director of space transportation. He was supposed to come today, but he had a last-minute meeting with our director general, so he asked me to take over the presentation today, and I'm very, very happy to do that. If I would have to describe the landscape we live in space transportation today, I would use three words. I would use the word sovereignty, I would use the word sustainability, and I would use 3 times the word services. How that? Sovereignty, we have already heard from previous speakers that the fact that we are living in a world rich of conflicts needs us in Europe to have sovereign access at critical services. The loss of Soyuz in French Guiana is just one example, and the difficulty to reshuffle flights for institutional needs, which comes out of this loss as a consequence of the war in Ukraine and the invasion of Ukraine, is just one example for sovereignty. We as Europeans, we need to build our autonomous access to space, but not only to space, also our transportation in space and the return. It gives us also a platform to be at equal level with other big players in the world. And what you see here behind me is the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope, which is another example of sovereignty. We are today capable in Europe to be high-level partners for international cooperation. Sovereignty goes with it. The second topic is sustainability in our landscape. For sure, we are part of the important levers to reduce the effects of climate change and to build up our eyes of monitoring and controlling all these changes. We need access to space to it, and we need clean access to space to it. We need ultra-green launch systems. Sustainability is the second pillar of the landscape. And the third one is the speed and the agility which is brought into our world by enhanced services and private investments. And this brings huge opportunities. For ESA, but also for you as commercial players in the space sector. I will come later to that and give you just one concrete example of the last month on this playground to show you how we put this into reality. So if we want to act into this landscape, and we had this ministerial meeting last week at Paris in front of us, we had built a series of proposals which was built on 2 overarching objectives. The one and first objective was to stabilize the market introduction of our workhorses, Ariane 6 and Vega C. They have been introduced into the market. Vega C will fly before the end of the year for the second time, or they are close to be introduced. This is the case of Ariane 6, scheduled to fly within 1 year. So we need to answer to the institutional needs. We need to have sovereign access. This means that we need to do everything we can in order to secure the availability of our workhorses. And the second big overarching objective brings new opportunities, new business opportunities in the preparation of an innovative, of a competitive and scalable European space transportation sector. I will come back to these three adjectives during my speech. What does this mean, innovative? What does this mean, competitive? What does scalable mean? So we've built the proposals around 5 pillars: Ariane, Vega, future preparation, Space Rider as important demonstrator and first platform available for work doing in-space experiments and bringing them back. And CSG is our platform for space transportation going to as critical infrastructure to enable all our space transportation endeavors. So we tackle all the spectrum. We tackle the spectrum to go to space with Ariane and Vega C. We will work in space, and later I'll give some examples. And we work with established, but also with new actors. Some words on the results and on the content of the ministerial. So we came out of the ministerial with what we call subscriptions, meaning coverage by our participating states of close to 3 billion euros. The exact figure is 2,851 million subscribed. This is an excellent result. This is beyond what we had expected, and it allows us to solidly continue to implement the 2 pillars I just mentioned. And it gave also a large sign for future preparation. This ministerial was really the future preparation ramped up drastically, about 50%. The cruise altitude of future preparation has been lifted by 50%, and this will build new opportunities. It will build new opportunities to implement space logistics with focus on in-space transportation, proof of concept missions, and enhanced transport solutions around Earth, Moon, and Mars. We really become a sort of travel agency, bringing services in the 8th continent, which is spaced just around the Earth, but not only, preparing critical infrastructure, also the transport of critical infrastructure, also to Moon and beyond. Here I would like to stop and pick out one example, proof of concept mission, to show you what this is. We are starting to implement contests which are competitive, run all over Europe, and which allow to build missions within a very short time frame, typically 2 years, 2 to 3 years, to perform real demonstrations in space. These proof of concept missions are implemented via pitch days and in an agile manner. We just launched before the ministerial the first one. We rolled out our proposals in September. We got answers. We built new consortia via pitch days. We analyzed the answers and nominated a selection committee, found a winner. We even found 5 winners. And between the 5 winners is one Czech company as prime. Saab Aerospace is prime for our first proof of concept mission, testing new ways to do space transportation in space to support logistic services in space. This is a concrete example how we will speed up and build new agile ways to work together as your implementation agency in the next years. So this is a first pillar in future preparation, space logistics and be your partner to de-risk technologies. We call this core business, a core element, because there we are available to de-risk the technologies which you will propose for new services. And once they are de-risked, they have an excellent probability to be selected as part of our big demonstrators, because the next step in the ladder is to enter into big demonstrators around sustainable, green and competitive solutions. These demonstrators may be selected to demonstrate technologies for ultra-low-cost propulsion, for green propulsion, but also for reusability, for first stages or for second stages. We have a demonstrator fleet taking benefit of these major technologies, which is quite large and which is in constant renewal, meaning that you are never too late. There's always a new element popping up brand new, where we build new opportunities. At this ministerial, this was, to give another illustration, a reusable green upper stage, which will be prepared for first demonstrations in the second half of this decade, and which will need also the relevant technologies. And then we have the way we implement business. We do it via technology de-risking. We do it via proof of concept missions. We do it with big demonstrations where we propose the platforms for cooperation. We do it also via our... I will be through with 2 minutes. We have the Boost program, which is our support channel for commercial endeavors, and which offers, for example, flight ticket initiatives in order to support first flight services for newcomers. Just to finish with the 2 minutes, I would like to give you a perspective which goes beyond the next years, which I have just described, which goes up to the next ministerial, which will be in 2025, where we wish to build a European space transportation model at the horizon 2030 and beyond, meaning that we work now on the solutions which will be then our backbone for space transportation in the next decade. These solutions will be sovereign all over the supply chain. They will be flexible, meaning that they are robust to market changes, that they are scalable, that they allow up or down grades or side grades. They will all be sustainable to be part of the new green world, and they will all be cost efficient. Here you have the keywords which bring us into the future, and I hope that I was able to illustrate you new business opportunities during the last 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Mr. Albert, for your speech. Have a nice day. Our next speaker is another really great one. She is leading the team that makes sure that the experiments going up to the International Space Station are safe, will work in microgravity, and will help advance scientific knowledge. Please welcome Head of Research and Payloads Group in ESA, Mrs. Kirsten McDonough. The stage is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I will be speaking to you about what our directorate is doing and the outcome of our ministerial and all the fantastic activities we have coming up. But I'm going to skip ahead very, very, very quickly to a special slide here, which is, as an outcome also from the ministerial, we announced the next generation of ESA astronauts, our future explorers. And today I just wanted to announce and welcome Aleš Svoboda to the stage so that you can all meet the Czech reserve astronaut that has joined the ESA astronaut corps.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure for me to be here and a great honor.
So can you tell us a few words about how does it feel to be an astronaut?
Well, it feels great to be a part of such a great team, as you can see on the big screen. Those people are 16 great individuals plus me, and it's quite likely that amongst of these 17 people, there might be someone who will be walking on the surface of the moon at some point of time.
What would you like to tell to men and women from Czech Republic who are dreaming about becoming an astronaut? What should they pursue? What should they go for?
I think you should always shoot for your dreams, no matter what the odds are, and always try to do what you like and what you love and what interests you. I think that's the most important thing.
How busy are you last couple of days?
I'm actually really busy the last few days.
Okay, thank you, Aleš. Aleš is leaving us, unfortunately. He has to go, so please.
Thank you all, and have a great day, and enjoy the rest of your stay in the Czech Republic. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Svoboda. It was a pleasure to have you there. Please, Kirsten, if you can follow up with your presentation, it would be brilliant. Thank you very much.
Yes, so just to go, I don't want to repeat too much what our Director General already announced to you this morning. So last week we had our ministerial conference, and a very good outcome for our directorate, human and robotic exploration. And we were really happy to see that we got the funding that will allow us to continue the activities that we had started in previous periods, as well as start some new activities that are quite exciting, and which I'll explain now. So, of course, what we're doing in human and robotic exploration in this directorate is really something that's quite inspiring to people, because this is where we are exploring. There's that human element, as you just saw with Aleš. And we also have to keep in mind the changing world as well. So keep in mind that what we're doing should be more sustainable. You see that beyond ISS, there's more and more commercial companies. So we want to ensure that we're supporting the European commercial companies to grow and build up their experience as well. And certainly with everything going on in the world, we want to ensure that there's European autonomy, and we have areas where we're resilient and we can be a strong partner. So we're looking at the knowledge and for science, also the growth of industry. We're also cooperating internationally, as we've already done with the International Space Station and as we do for Gateway already now. And as you saw with the Artemis launch, most recently, there's a major cooperation with NASA, but also other international partners. So with that goal in mind, at our ministerial, we found it extremely important to continue a sustained presence in low Earth orbit. So that means continuing with the International Space Station until 2030. Having the ambition to send Europeans to the moon by the end of the decade, and also finally with a long-term vision of Europeans on the surface of Mars in the 2040s. And you may have also heard of the Inspirator activity, and this would be being able to bring cargo and humans into space with our own European capability. So linked to that is this picture you may have seen many times, but for those of you who haven't, this essentially shows, from the Earth to Moon and then to Mars, the whole realm of activities that our directorate is covering. So we're extending the operations. We have the new astronaut corps that have been selected now. And then as we go further and further towards the Moon, continuing to build the Orion modules that contribute to the Artemis program. So now it's confirmed to have Orion modules all the way up to number 9. Then bringing finally building the Moon Research Station known as Gateway with iHab and Esprit modules. These are well under their way. And finally, the new part of this program is the Argonaut, the European Large Logistics Lander, which would enable us to land on the surface of the Moon and bring at least 1.5 tons to the surface of the Moon, which would be an amazing way to contribute to activities supporting Moon surface utilization and exploration. Then we also confirmed that we would complete the first ever Search for Life rover, which is called Rosalind Franklin. And that would really be a massive part of history to bring Mars samples back to Earth eventually in the early 2030s. That's the whole goal of this mission. And to finally have samples from Mars back on Earth to be able to analyze these and see what they really contain. And then, of course, there's the continuation of the ExoMars Trace Gas Orbiter, which has been in orbit since 2016. So that will continue, and we'll continue to operate and do science with it. So, of course, the European Space Station, the International Space Station, with our operations until the end of the decade. We have such an amazing experience in Europe in building the space station. It's enabled us to learn to cooperate with other international partners, but we've made some massive elements of the space station, such as the Columbus, the Cupola, Node 2 and 3, the automated transfer vehicles. There were 5 of those that were bringing fluid cargo and dry cargo up to the space station as part of our contribution to enable our use of the space station. We were also building a lot of things that were outfitting the space station and enabling science, like freezers, like air quality monitors. And finally, this year, there was also the launch of ERA, an installation that's already being operated right now. We also have the capability to install payloads externally. And here you see the Bartolomeo platform in the bottom right corner of the slide, which is actually a commercial platform. So anyone can have a payload on the ISS via this commercial enterprise as well. So we also had a major first in the past 2 years, which was 3 European astronauts flying 6-month missions back-to-back with Thomas Pesquet, Matthias Maurer, and Samantha Cristoforetti. So that was quite incredible to have such a high level of European involvement in the past year and a half on the station. And the next astronaut who's going to fly is Andreas Mogensen, whose flight is planned next year in 2023. So just some photos of what it's like on the ISS. This is showing our research platform. So what is interesting, because now we're talking to businesses involved in space. Why do anything in space when it comes to research and payloads? So what we're trying to study to enable exploration, what space brings is either micro or partial gravity, radiation. When it comes to human exploration, we're concerned about isolation and confinement as well. And so we also have a lot of ground-based analogs to allow us to start studying these effects on the ground, since it's an easier way to get more subjects, an easier and less expensive way to start building up knowledge about space and what it'll bring you. And so we have these ground analogs, and then eventually people can bring their experiments and payloads to low Earth orbit, like the International Space Station. But also at ESA, we're going to see a Space Rider flying roughly in 2024 timeframe, and we're making way for new commercial platforms that will be on their way. And then beyond low Earth orbit, as I mentioned, there's the Gateway platform, Moon and Mars. So this is just a visual summary of those research ground stations I mentioned. And here you see them really in action. And just last week, there was a Maser 15 launch with some ESA experiments on it as well. So there's constantly activity going on. Parabolic flights also is a fantastic way for people to learn the effects of microgravity, even if it's just for roughly 30 seconds at a time. So beyond low Earth orbit, as I mentioned, going into this new era of lunar exploration, I mentioned that we will continue the manufacturing of the European service modules to support Gateway, to support, our ISS exploration and Artemis. And then for Gateway, we also kicked off Esprit, a XL, larger refueling module that was kicked off so that we had greater capability to contribute to Gateway. We also have some services for communications and navigation with the Moonlight project, which was also supporting with satellites that will go around the moon and support communication that way. And then what was really a big outcome of our ministerial, as I mentioned, is the European Large Logistics Lander. So already we're seeing some amazing photos from Artemis, and it's a huge success story to have a European module mated to an American module, and that flying together as part of Orion capsule that's inside Artemis. It's really massive to think of building such a huge element, shipping it to the US and integrating it there and launching it. So it's quite the achievement. Then you'll see that there's going to be further Artemis missions, and what would be really exciting is, of course, the first crew flight test, which will be the second flight of Artemis, and then culminating with the big one, Artemis 3, which would have a moon landing, be the first time humans land on the moon since decades. We also confirmed 3 astronaut flight opportunities potentially going to Gateway as well. So in addition, there's other activities that we're doing as missions of opportunity that support getting an understanding of what it's like to cooperate either with commercial lunar payload services on the American side, or even our international partners, such as the Japanese with the Japanese Space Agency. So this is kind of a graphical view of what this Argonaut will look like. Finally has a name, and you can see that it could support astronauts working on the surface. It could deliver large elements of cargo, and we would expect to have one flying roughly every 2 to 3 years. So our goal is really to have regular and substantial access to the moon surface in the 30s, so that we could become a reliable partner for sustainable exploration of the moon. And our ambition is to really have the first European fly to the surface by 2030. Now looking at the Mars activities, as I mentioned, the Rosalind Franklin mission proposal in cooperation with NASA was confirmed at the ministerial. And we'll also still have the sample transfer arm. So it gives you an example. These two, the ExoMars Trace Gas Orbiter is already in operations. Rosalind Franklin now has a mission date further towards 2028. And then coming with that, here's an amazing picture of Rosalind Franklin in the clean room. And following that, we'll have also the sample transfer arm, which will be able to pick up the samples that were cached by the Lunar Pathfinder, and then eventually return these samples using the Earth Return Orbiter. So these robotic missions to Mars surface will consolidate our capabilities. They're going to allow us to try it out robotically first, and this is a stepping stone towards furthering human exploration of the surface. Also, there's some possibilities to support studies and raising the TRL level of different technologies through the expert element of the SciSpace program as well. So that's quite an interesting element to take note of if you're working, if you're interested in collaborating with ESA. So it's going to be a very busy decade. I won't spend too much time on everything here, but I mentioned already quite a few significant dates that really show how important it will be, showing that we can further our collaboration with our partners, continue all the amazing work that we have on the International Space Station, and then finally heading to Moon and Mars. So I'd just like to finish showing essentially the summary of what you'll see in this decade from ESA when it comes to human and robotic exploration, which will finally be this launch of the Rosalind Franklin Rosalind Franklin rover, and the gateway elements, and continuing with ISS. But what we can foresee in the next decade after that is preparing to send humans to Mars, living and working on the moon's surface in preparation for that, and hopefully having an independent human transport capability. And this would be confirmed later next year. And all of this also will help to support our own European capabilities that you can see here is lacking in some areas. So ESA has quite an amazing history of human and robotic exploration, but at the moment we are still missing this crew transport capability. So we hope that that might be an element that we have in the next ministerial. So it's an ambitious program, but I think it's something that is quite inspiring for the next generation of astronauts that have been selected, and for our own children to aspire to. So yeah, I love this saying, once explorers, always explorers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. McDonald. The future of European space is bright. We can be happy about that. How to implement new technology to space missions? Questions. Question for our new next speaker. He is the head of the technology implementation section at European Space Agency, Mr. Matthew Bola.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here for your space event. So my name is Matthew Bullock. I'm working at ESTEC. I'm working in the Directorate of Technology. I'll just wait for the perfect. In this directorate, there's about 900 people, mainly engineers, supporting the developments of the satellites, the launch vehicles, the human spaceflight infrastructure, which you have been presented working on these ambitious projects. The other thing we're doing is also implementing technology development activities from the idea up to a laboratory model, up to a flight model. So going from idea to product to service. As of the last ministerial, we'll be able to spend about roughly 225 million euro on contracts with academia, industry, like yourselves, in order to help you prepare for the future. I'm going to focus on two key areas. One are our so-called mandatory programs, so you don't need so-called, say, support from your delegation. This is money that's available to support your projects, either via the discovery elements or the technology development elements. And these are for I would say, to go from idea to something that you have in a laboratory. Then going from laboratory to product and service, we have the General Support Technology Program, where we have our work plans coming from ideas, coming from our engineers, frameworks where you can propose small projects to get them done quickly, announcement of opportunity to fund your market-oriented activities as well, and we also have the opportunity to circumvent the old chicken and egg problem of not having heritage, but by giving you heritage via in-orbit demonstration, you can then gain business. And I'll also talk about the new components in a specific area that were recently approved at the ministerial. So the mandatory areas, I'm just going to cover quickly. Here, you have an idea that you wish to explore, be it academia, industry, in an institute, where you have an innovative idea that you'd like to either study or to make a first, say, breadboard for. You can propose your ideas on the Open Space Innovation Platform, and we'll provide you with feedback in a matter of weeks in order to tell you, to give you feedback on the activity, and if we can, pass a contract to you in order to do this activity. So these contracts are passed in roughly 4 to 5 months. It can either be for co-sponsored research, so research done in a university environment, for studies and early technology developments, where you can obtain up to 175 kilo for your activity. Overall, in 2021, we passed about 190 activities in this area. So the first one was for the ideas you're providing. Our engineers also come up with a work plan, and we issue about 100 activities per year that you can bid for in open competitions. They cover all ESA programs, so we dialogue with the different programs in order to obtain a specific area, technology development areas that they think you should do, covering all technology disciplines, software, structures, electronics, ground segments, just to name a few, but it covers all technical disciplines. So the 2-year work plan for 23-24 has been published. Here are some examples of some developments below that have been done. And I would invite you to see our ESA Star publication for activities that are coming where you can bid for in this area. So those are the mandatory areas going up to the laboratory models. Now I want to talk to you about the GSDP, General Support Technology Program. That's something that has been implemented now for almost 30 years at ESA, with the idea to develop technologies to make products, services, equipment, subsystems, systems, components that can help to enable missions, to foster innovation, to bring support to competitiveness of industry. All entities, be it academia, be it institutes, be it industry, can apply to perform technology developments and demonstrations. The program is now used by all ESA member states, associate states, cooperating states. So there are 27 countries involved. So Czech entities can not only bid on their own, but also can participate with other entities. There are about 150 activities per year, representing an order of about 125 million euros of activities. So we have this GSTP is structured into 3 core areas. One is developed to help you develop your capabilities in order to help prepare technologies that can help enable new missions or help innovate. And these are based on our work plans. We have the element 2, which is announcement of opportunity for market-driven, co-funded ideas. You have an idea for a product or service. We're available to support your activity co-funded in order for you to achieve your objective. And the final element is the one related to in-orbit demonstration, where we support CubeSats, but also small satellites, and also other ways to get your technology into space. We also do sort of, we call on-ground demonstration on flight vehicles in order to demonstrate technologies in a different environments. We're also initiating 2 new initiatives in EEE and in radioisotope technologies for exploration missions, and also supporting space-based solar power. So element 1, this is where we are proposing ideas that you can support, that either to develop capabilities, enable missions. We have 2 sources. One are the compendia, and one are your ideas. And I'm just going to go through both aspects. The compendia, so we have just published a new list of 125 activities. They cover not only generic areas, technology areas, but very industry-driven and very focused areas on artificial intelligence, digitalization, quantum technologies, and also cybersecurity. So there, in this compendia, which you can find on the EMIT's website, you can see a large array of activities which you can discuss with your delegation. We also run frameworks with the idea of de-risking activities, so you can propose small activities that can be, where the contractor, you can pass a contract in roughly 3 or 4 months, up to about 200K, in order to get your activity going and prepare the future steps of the activity. We also have the building block framework in which you can extend these activities and raise the technologies level so you're almost up to a product or something that can be qualified. All this information about these frameworks in order to make your proposals are found on the OZIP channel and as well on ESA Star. We have other frameworks dedicated to advanced manufacturing and quantum technology, and we're also proposing a new framework in order to give you larger activities so you can get visibility, say, over 3 years, in order to get you from your idea to your product. As I mentioned, you might have an idea for a market-driven activity where you'd like to sell on an open space market. ESA represents maybe 6% of the institutional activity worldwide and a smaller portion of the complete activity, space activity. So there's a place for your products and services. You can make, using a template, propose your activity that could be co-funded for very market-oriented activities, strategic activities, or activities considered as a national commercial priority. There as well, you can get further information on our OZIP platform and our permanent open call on ESA Star. Last but not least here, in the terms of the main elements, is the element 3 for in-orbit demonstration. So the idea is to be able to get your components, your software, your subsystem, your equipment, or your complete system in orbit to demonstrate that you can provide something functional. It can be at either a technological level, so say to demonstrate a star tracker or reaction wheel. It can be there to demonstrate a technique, such as ADS or hyperspectral monitoring for certain applications, and also potential capabilities. So you can say, hey, I can demonstrate what I can do, and now then I can provide a service. So beyond the main cores of GSTP, we have 2 new components that were just supported at the ministerial. The one is for EEE, space component sovereignty, and for Europe. There still remains many components that can only be procured in the United States or in other countries around the world that we cannot obtain in Europe. And the aim is for these certain key technologies is to support an European supply chain, and where we're going to support very large activities in order to get these activities off the ground, such that we can have key components, be them FPGAs, be them ASICs, at very, very small bandwidths. The second one is endure, and here is to make a European operational capability for radioisotope technologies, be either heater units or power units. Right now we're not able to get these technologies in Europe, and we'd like to provide the basis in order to support future human space flights or human space science opportunities. And finally, we are also opening a specific area on space-based solar power. This is very, very, I would say, just at its early technology studies in order to see what could be feasible in the more long-term future in this area, covering a broad array of technology areas dealing with this topic. So in summary, Discovery Element is there for you for co-sponsored research, studies, early technology developments. You can obtain studies up to 175K by applying on the platform. Please see the technology development element. Our engineers have proposed more than 100 activities per year for you to bid for. And finally, this is a general support technology program where, as well, we're proposing our ideas. We're also open to your ideas. We can pass contracts in roughly 5 to 6 months in this area. We have the possibility to perform in-orbit demonstration and also to support the development of EEE components, radioisotope units, and also related to space-based solar power. In the presentation, if it's available to you, there are certain links here that are available, be it on our procurement website. We have our own websites, and also ideas.isa/int. This is OZIP, where you can find much information about the programs in which you can use in order to support your technology developments. So thank you for your time, and have a great event. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Bullock.
Thank you. I go this way.
Yeah. Our next guest is from USPA and works there since 2009. One of her objectives is, for example, development of products which can use European satellite navigation. Head of Market and Downstream Innovation at USPA, Mrs. Fiametta Diani. Please, welcome at the stage. And
can you hear me? Yes. So, good afternoon, everybody. So, my name is Fiametta Diani, and actually, I work a few metro stop from here, because our agency, USPA, is located in Prague. We are very proud to be here. And actually, I'm also very happy to be in this place because our story started a bit here in the Congress Center when we had our European Space Solution back in 2014, and where we started to bring the center of gravity of space in Europe also in Prague. That is now one of the main places where we do build space in Europe. So I'm very happy that, and I thank the Czech presidency for this opportunity to be here today with you in this nice place. So, but let me answer this question. So why it is now the opportunity in EU space downstream? So first of all, why innovating with EUSPA? Why us? I'm here today to speak about this topic. We build our approach, our activity on three main pillars, we call it. So the first one is the market and user intelligence. We do believe that without understanding very well the market and the users, we cannot really make the best of our space infrastructure on which we invest so much money and so much effort. And we became a bit the reference for it. I will go through it. We have our yearly publication, the market report, in which we give to entrepreneurs and to investors the right information to decide where to go. Then we think that space is still new in some areas of application. So we need to support the user and support the demand so that we can answer with products that are made in Europe, so with our offer, creation, and innovation. So this cycle together is at the basis of our approach. But let me give you a bit more insights on the market knowledge. So we say that we bring the market intelligence to the entrepreneurs of Europe. We have published this year the EUSPA Earth Observation and GNSS Market Report, where we analyze 17 market segments that are our downstream application, from maritime to fishery to environment and climate services, and so on. And there we really provide not only the picture of today, but also the forecast for the next 10 years. So based on this report, I will give you only a few highlights, but I invite you to go through it because it's really an important tool that we make available. The first highlights I would like to say is that our GNSS downstream market, so the application of GNSS, is set to grow quite substantially, to more than double the revenues in the next decade. And despite we are facing troubled times. Also we will have a massive increase of our GNSS devices around the world. But maybe the most important information for Europe is that the growing part of this market is related to the added value services. In the past decade, we assisted to the growth of the hardware revenues. That is okay, but Europe plays more important role in the added value services, in the application. Is where we can express, and our companies can express themselves even better than in the hardware. So the growth is for us to take. Then Earth observation. Also in this case, despite a different order of magnitude, I would say, but also here we have the revenue set to double. And so it's a growing market. We analyzed all the market segments, and one of our findings is that, for example, insurance and finance, where Earth observation is used to date, but only, let's say, marginally, will become one of the most important market segments for us. So it's an area where to invest, and is set to become 18% of the market. So from very niche now to one of the most relevant. And also, we know that our SME are dominating the Earth observation downstream, and they are very competitive because we reach today 41% of the global Earth observation market. However, we know very well that they are also under threat. So we have increasing competition coming especially from Asia. We have to protect and to continue to foster our downstream ecosystem in Earth observation to make it continue to be competitive. So our approach, as I said, is transversal to what we call the EU Space Program, that is composed by our flagship programs, such as Galileo and EGNOS for navigation and Copernicus for Earth observation, but also by the upcoming IRIS² that was recently announced, so the Secure Communication new program, and SSA, SST. And so when we talk about our 17 market segments, we don't consider only one of these, but we consider them transversal. And we do believe that building synergies among our assets is also the key to success. And we use certain tools to do this job, and these tools are mainly for the downstream development, are mainly Horizon Europe, for which we have today published a very important call of the value of almost 50 million that tackle very wide areas from mobility, in sustainable mobility, the data economy and artificial intelligence for Earth observation, as well as GovSatcom. There will be my colleague in the event who will explain you more in details the opportunities open there. Then we have our program to foster the user technology, so all the technology that is inside our cars, our phones, our airplanes that permit to use at the best our space asset. And finally, the support to entrepreneurship. You will hear also more about it, is our initiative called Cassini to support a new generation of space entrepreneurs in Europe. So let me give you maybe some more insights about some of these tools. For example, I wanted to tackle Cassini. So we have created a network of more than 1,000 startups that mainly use the space data to make a new business out of it. So these were startups that did not exist. Most of them were created in a way triggered by the different programs that we propose. So we support you. We know that there are many startups here today, especially from the Czech Republic, but not only. So we support 360 degrees. So from developing of the solution to get the right advice to arrive to the right funds, the connection with the investors, and also to find the customers. We know that many times our startups are really super good in technology, but they may give a hand to arrive to the right customers. And some examples that are upcoming or are open today. So we have a series of hackathons. This is for early stage, from the idea that then we hope to grow in the future. The next one will be in March, and will be related to a topic that normally is not tackled by this kind of initiative, but we thought it was the moment to go for it, and so is defense and security, so space for defense and security. So this is, you will find all the information if you want to join, and it will be in 10 different locations in Europe. Another opportunity that is open now is the Mayo Space competition that is for startups that want to go either from the idea to the final product or from a prototype to the final product. So it's still open now for ideas, but if you are more advanced and you have a prototype, then you will have a next deadline at 10th of February. And if you have already a product and you would like to scale up your startup, then it's 25th of April. So we have 3 topics here: Space My Life, so for consumer solution, really in our daily life that could serve our brothers, sisters, friends. Our Green Planet, so the big challenge we have in front to use space to make our life more sustainable. And the news is a dive in deep tech, so we're exploring here different kind of deep technology, such as the metaverse, and so we are looking forward really to innovative ideas. We have opened also a very important prize of Cassini for the plastic at sea, the plastic in our seas, but also in our lakes and rivers. That is one of the major problems we are going to tackle, and our next generation is going to tackle. And we do believe a space can help to identify, to monitor, and to remove the plastic. And so we are putting a sort of X prize here to stimulate the innovation in the field. And let me conclude with our USPA Space Academy. So if for the entrepreneurs that are here or the innovators that want to venture in this field, we provide specific support in the different fields that are related to become entrepreneur in space. So join us. This is an opportunity that is open for you. And I have to say that I'm not here alone today, and we have 4 fantastic ladies in the back at our stand. So because when we say that we value equality and inclusion, it's not just a slogan. So you will have 4 ladies from USPA that can explain you why USPA is becoming a very important employer in space in Europe, if you would like to join us. But also they will explain you, if you are a young entrepreneur and you want to venture in space, what we can offer and how we can help you. So join us, you will discover many things. So thank you for your attention, and I finish here, and I will be available for questions and interaction. I will stay with you after.
Thank you for your talk, Mrs. Diani. Europe is a great provider of remote sensing data. A very nice and a successful program is, for example, Copernicus with its Sentinel satellites. How can we use this experience for companies which are focused on remote sensing? Is the market ready to take off? Is it time now? our next guest will let us know. He is a Secretary General at European Association of Remote Sensing Companies, Mr. Emmanuel Pajot. Welcome at our conference, Mr. Pajot. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. So my name is Emmanuel Pajot. Yes, I am the Secretary General of the European Association of Remote Sensing Companies, so ERSC. We are a trade association based in Brussels. We are 32 years old, and we represent the whole Earth observation downstream value chain, meaning that our members are, for example, satellite owners, ground station operators. Most of our members are from the added value part and NGI. We represent 136 companies in 25 countries in Europe. Of course, I will not go through the different activities we do. I strongly invite you to have a look at the different channels. We have the ERSC website, where you can find for free all the publications and related documentations, the different platforms to promote the services, improve the awareness, such as EOWiki, for example, EOMall for the online services. I will mention it a bit on EO Pages, a place where all European companies, not members, are invited as well, can showcase what they deliver. If you want to make my day, please pick one of the company you don't know, have a look what they are doing. Thank you very much. So, we are a trade association. What does this mean? It means that we want to be an enabler in order to help companies to understand where they stand in the value chains and help them to interact with communities of users and stakeholders. We think that it's really challenging, furthermore currently, where the value chain is changing a lot, to understand how to be more sustainable in the future, and this is what we want to help you with. Today, I will go through first element on the new industry survey we just published. So you are among the first to have a look at this. This is a survey that we initially published every other year. And 3 years ago, European Space Agency, who is supporting us for this, invited us to do it every year. So this is what we call an intermediate survey, so based on the sample. We will do in the upcoming weeks, end of December, early January, the launch of the new industry survey 2023. So, what does mean Earth observation downstream industry currently? In Europe, it means 746 companies. It means more than 12,000 employees, only for the private sector. Yeah? 2 years ago, we made a survey where we informed that the public part was similar to the private one. And a total revenue of 1.6 billion revenues. So over the last 5 years, it means a growth of 7.5%. I will just go a little bit in detail. Please have a look at the document which is published on the ERSC website, if I skip some pages, some slides. So, what is quite interesting to see is the trend about the creation of company. It started in 2019 with a significant increase. So, and this change in terms of numbers, but not change at all in the typology of the different company. It's a real specificity of this Earth observation downstream sector is that 2/3 of the company are micro. And this will generate, obviously, a lot of different consequences. Meaning that they will have lower number of employees, lower number of incomes as well, lower capabilities to increase their outreach. It can be more challenging at least. On the other side, we have the large players which represent less than 1%. But in this growing ecosystem in terms of number of companies, we can see that it doesn't change, meaning as well that the companies are moving from micro to small, from small to medium-sized company, which is a really good sign. They are more robust at the end. So the global Earth observation context in Europe is stronger every year, I would say. And if we have a look at the national split, we can see that, yes, there is still, obviously, from the western part of Europe, a significant number of companies in UK, Germany, and France for historical reasons. But, for example, Czech Republic, you can see it's at the 11th position. And this change recently, it was in 2019, when we really saw a significant increase in numbers. And it's more or less the same thing in a lot of different countries in Europe. Now, we have in all European countries or countries contributing to the ESA budget, at least one company, so closer to the customer, closer to the user. In terms of employment, same pattern. We can see that in 2019 we saw a really significant change, a significant increase, and it was the small and the medium company which really supported this evolution, and the trend continue really fast in a way, as compared to last year. What we identify is that companies consider that they will significantly invest in employees next year. So 19% of companies say they will. So it's a really good sign. It's a really good sign. And then if we look at the revenues, the revenue split is more or less again the same for several surveys, same split, with micro one, which are micro companies, yes, represent about 10% of the revenues, even if they represent 66% of companies, and the large companies represent 22% of the revenues. But most of the revenues come from the small and the medium. These two categories are the ones who suffered the most last year. We tried to understand why, investigated, and we identified that for some, the difficulties were more on the delay for signature of contract. But they were really confident, and they are really confident, as we can see in the trend, the perspective for the upcoming year. And this is really impressive. If you look at this graphic, last year, we can see that there is a significant increase of 36%, which is planned by companies. So companies are really confident in the future business to come. And that's why they invested last year and this year again in the employees, obviously. If we look at the market and the geographic distribution, an interesting pattern can be seen as well. The domestic market is 16%. It decreased year on year. At the opposite, the non-domestic market, so what we call Europe here, is increasing. So companies are really interested to develop their activity out of their domestic market and develop activity all Europe. But as well, they increase the sales out of EU. And we can see a significant change there, with a significant increase in the number of sales in Middle East and Asia, with +8% and +9%. What is quite interesting as well is to see the perspective in the future area how a company intend to do business. Europe is by far the most important one, with 30% of the expectation. And we can see that there is in Africa, in Asia, a really high interest to develop, so well aligned with the current actions. Another approach of the market is the delivery model. In 2016, ERSC made, with the support of ESA, a survey in order to understand what is the evolution on the delivery, bespoke versus online services. And it was the opportunity for ERSC to create a platform called EOMOL to promote online services. Based on this survey, we can see that currently online delivery represents about 9% of the sales for the data and 29% for the services for the company who have explored this opportunity. So it's really a change, and new actors are really interested to develop this approach. On the market side, I would say no significant change. It didn't. This slide is the same as the one we did last year. We didn't change it. We will explore it next year. Just to give insight about what we saw last year is that the environmental ecosystem monitoring has increased. It was before on the 5th position. It's now on the 3rd position. We can see as well that there is an increase in the infrastructure monitoring too. So this picture will be modified last year with the complete survey. Then let's talk about the current capabilities and how to develop. Sentinel, as said before, is really an instrumental tool. It is used by most of the companies. About more than 70% of companies are using currently, even more, 80% of companies are using Sentinel data, especially 1 and 2. And we develop sentinel benefit studies in order to understand how currently these solutions are used, especially by public entities at the local scale. Thanks to these studies, we have been able to identify, of course, the economical benefit of this, but as well to identify how these services support the regulatory, the science, the environmental dimension of the user, but as well the entrepreneurship and the societal needs. This is really interesting. We did this exercise, and we can see that there is a significant impact, tens of millions each time, that could be saved per year at the local scale. So this is something that we really would like to see to be developed in other countries. I invite you to have a look at the Sentinel benefit studies to understand why these services are so relevant by these users and how it could support as well your value proposal. Let's move to the SDGs and the Green Deal. These two approaches are really crucial currently. We can see that there is a very important number of services that are currently delivered by companies. We made a call to our members to understand what kind of services were well aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, and we received more than 120 solutions. All the countries are currently searching for opportunities to collect information to support the KPIs they have to provide. And Earth observation is clearly one of the key solutions to help them to this. But an important thing is to make sure that this Earth observation solution can be used and can be purchased by the customer. And one of the classic answers we have from public bodies is that Earth observation is not seen as a solution which is integrable. And this is why we currently work a lot in order to promote, to advocate the current capabilities, operational capabilities, and make sure that Earth observation can be identified in the regulation. The CAP is a really good example. It has been really successful. It is a success, yes. What about the other? There's a lot of things to do. Currently, we are working on the forest strategy, which has been launched by the European Commission. And the amendment that Earth members proposed were accepted by the member of the Parliament, and we know that the Council is favorable too. So it should be a success. But there is still a lot of regulations that will be updated in the close future related to the methane monitoring, related to the carbon farming that we can work on in order to make sure that these EU-based services are identified and will be mentioned in the tender, for example. Other consultations are prepared, actually, and we are working on this. We always need contribution. If you're interested to be part of this, please join. But all this needs to make sure that we have access in the long term of the different capabilities. This is where we need to make sure that the stakeholders will support the Copernicus in the long term. Make sure that the solution will be accessible so need to have a sustainable way to fund the solution data on services. Currently, there is a lot of different analyses to identify market gaps. And all the time, a market gap is identified. It should be investigated to understand how Earth observation can really support this. We are talking a lot about climate change, climate adaptation, and Earth observation can be a real contributor to this. And we would like to see more opportunities to develop prototype solutions to fill this. Need to make sure as well that in order to stimulate the different actors of the ecosystem can have access to tenders, make sure that the requirements that are specified in the tender can be addressed by Earth observation when it is relevant. And PCP is clearly seen as a way to support this. Better understanding of the awareness, possibility for SMEs to tune their services and be successful at the end. The Azores PCP is a really good example where SMEs really benefit of this new and innovative approach. And to finish, I would say that Copernicus is a success, yes. But to be completely successful as well, we need to count on all the different other type of data, commercial data, which exist and which the current ecosystem is developing with the new SAT approach, for example. The complementarity of the solution between the Sentinel and the commercial one will really benefit to all. And we are really happy to see, for example, the DPS recently announced as a way to stimulate the access to the Copernicus contributing mission in order to develop the uptake and fill all the different needs. Thank you very much. I am at your disposal and happy to discuss and to present you more what ERSC is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pajot. Thank you very much. This is all from our second session called Space to the Next Level. Another block will start in 1500, and it is going to be about new era, new partnership. It will start with a block discussion with very interesting guests from Thailand, Maldives, as well as from our general partner, TRL Space, and again with Mr. Pete Warden, who was there at the morning. Be there at 1500 and don't forget to visit our side events as well. For example, at Terrace 2A, there will be 2 talks from our main partner, Honeywell, or half an hour long talk about Czech small satellite mission called SOVA by OHB Czech Space. Thank you again and see you at 3 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start our next session, which is called New Era, New Partnership. It will start with a block discussion, which will be hosted by Mr. Petr Boháček, who is a co-owner and strategy manager in TRL Space, our general partner. So please welcome at the stage, Mr. Boháček. The discussion will be for 90 minutes with a very interesting hosts, and Petr will tell you more about who we can.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you had a good lunch break and you're ready kind of to gather back into the main hall and listen to our panel discussion. So just maybe a few words to start you off and to get your attention why we're doing this panel. So the panel discussion is called Space Together, and it has a very important role because it fits very nicely and importantly with our space vision. And as you might have heard throughout the day, our vision for 2030 is to have products and services on every continent and check flag on the moon by 2030. And this is something we cannot do alone. And we cannot do it technically, we cannot do it from many other reasons alone, and we don't want to do it alone. We want to do it with our partners, we want to do it with strong partnerships, not only in the Czech Republic, but only as well in the region and across the world. We as a company, but also as a country, have a long history of learning and developing space capabilities from other more advanced nations. This is the road we have taken, and that's how we developed as a space country, and we want to sort of give back and build partnerships with smaller and developing nations to advance their space capabilities and their space access to space. So this is something we're going to be talking about today on this panel, and we're going to be chatting for about 80 minutes, and we have a great group of panelists, so hopefully you'll enjoy this for a very good discussion. So first, I would like to invite to the floor Her Majesty, or Her Excellency, Miss Pasporm Sagan-Subana, who is the ambassador of the Kingdom of Thailand to the Czech Republic. Before she was the ambassador here, Miss Pasporm was permanent chair and ambassador to the Association of Southeast Nations, where for more than 5 years was a permanent chair and worked also on issues like connectivity. So thank you for having us. The next guest is Simon Pete Warden, that you might have heard. So Mr. Warden doesn't need that much of an introduction. I think you had a good amount of understanding what his background tells us. Mr. Warden is executive director of the Breakthrough Initiatives and the chairman of the Breakthrough Prize Foundation. He's a former NASA Ames director, where he was celebrated for his innovative approach to using quick, cost-effective prototyping of small satellites, as well as working with private sector and international partners to develop new advanced space missions. So thank you, Pete, for being with us. Our next speaker is Tom Gardner. Tom represents the Maldives Space Research Organization. Tom is also a researcher at the Center for Development and Environment at the University of Oslo. He's also at the steering committee of Space for Island Nations Conference, and he is the ISIU graduate. Thanks for being with us. And last but not least is Petr Capone. Petr is the CEO and founder of TRL Space. He's the chairman of the Brno Space Cluster and also heads the space division at the Association of Aerospace Industry. So thanks everyone for being here. We have about 80 minutes. We'll start maybe with some general questions that I will ask each of you to get sort of the discussion going. Obviously, the topic here is how we can collaborate in space together as countries, as companies, as entrepreneurs, as scientists, to make access to space easier. All of you have different experiences with this part, so it'll be interesting to see your different views and perspectives. So I'll start with Ms. Ambassador, and maybe something very obviously general is that what specific challenges you see in terms of access to space and space technologies for your country, for Thailand. What are the main challenges, and what has been maybe your specific experience in Thailand in figuring out how to get access to space, develop space industry and space technology?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and I'm so sorry that I have to wear a mask because I have a very bad cough. But I'll try to be very specific and be able to address the question that Mr. Moderator has given to me. Before I do that, as a diplomat, I like to talk. So there are stories to tell before I respond to your question. First of all, Thailand is a medium-sized developing country, and space technology is very well, so far in advance, and is beyond imagination, perhaps, to many of my Thais in my country, even for me as a diplomat. So for people in the developing country, we think of space technology that is more related to our daily life, especially if you look at the space economy perspective. So in Thailand, we think of space technology that is vis-a-vis with sustainable development. So for Thailand, we use the space technology for agriculture, which is our backbone economy sector. Water management, we have many great rivers. Natural disaster, Thailand is part of Southeast Asia where we are disaster prone. So we need space technology to help us with that. The fourth one is on environment. We have degradation of environment, and I think technology from space will help us to mitigate with environment problems. And the last is the health care. I think space technology is something that for the Thais, we look forward to be able to maximize for the daily life of the people. So with that, in Thailand, we have an agency which is a very long name. It's called the Geoinformatic and Space Technology Development Agency, or from now on, I would say GISDA. So please remember the word GISDA. And this GISDA is under the supervision of Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research, and Innovation. Actually, this ministry has been developed from the Ministry of Science a long time ago. We put in the word science, research and innovation so that we go in trend with developed countries. And this GISDA has been established in 2000, in the year 2000. So from 2000, the year 2000 till now is only 22 years. And it has become a public organization that try to outreach with the networking in all over the world. Now, I would like to relate on the strength of Thailand. We have the National Space Act that has been implemented in 2020, so not long time ago. And this is a legal framework that help agencies to develop space policies. So it really marks Thailand's readiness in complementing or cooperating with international standard of law. So even though it's 20 years, but I think it's the beginning for Thailand. The second one is we are having the private sector participation. And especially on low Earth orbit, it's called the LOE. And this is to promote the small satellite with the wider usage and the area of coverage. So, and the third one is on the, for the medium-sized country like Thailand, with the 22 years of experience in space economy. we want to venture more. We want to go into the future space, which is the future space industry activities, as well as space tourism. Mr. Moderator has said that for the Czech side, you want to go to the moon in 2030. We have the dream of going in 2050. But we hope that with the partners, we can go even faster. So this is one part that I like to relate. The second part is to answer your question. Definitely, there are challenges. For Thailand, as a developing country, the most important investment is on human resources. And we still have very small number of space engineers, space specialists, and those who know about space technology. So it's something that we are working on it. And another thing is to have innovative network. We have traditional market that we always go and we really relied on. But we also have to think out of the box and go to partners who are not within our traditional market, like to the Czech Republic. So I think in this, to overcome these challenges, step by step perhaps, for Thailand in 2021, we have established a Thai Space Consortium, which is to build a sustainable space technology and to utilize the space technology to develop HR, human resources, in advanced technology in order to support Thailand's sustainable economic development. The second one is to have space technology which is affordable and accessible. This is very important, especially for developing countries. And in making that, we're trying to make our own satellite because it's a way of keeping your money into your pocket, right? So and in making our own satellite is more of an opening of a new chapter of space technology in my country. In Thailand at the moment, under the Thai Space Consortium, we are working with partners to build satellites. Right now we have the TSC Pathfinder. It's called TSC Pathfinder. And this is the first to be made by the Thais. And this is to survey the Earth orbit and the Earth nature resources. It's an opening chapter for Thai space technology. And in the meantime, it's also helping to observe the existing natural resources of Thailand. So to us is a real opening eye. So the last part that I like to give a story to you is that, as I said before, that for Thailand, we only work with traditional partners, which is very unfortunate. But I'm sure that with the young generation and with the awareness of space technology and to have the increase of space engineers and scientists, I'm sure that it will open our mindset to other partners, like the Czech Republic. So we have the French and the UK as our traditional partner, the US. And we have network with COPURG, which is within the General Assembly, whereby we work with the legal framework on space technology. So I think these are the basic for the space technology capacity that we have. So, as ambassador, as a Thai ambassador to Czech Republic, I use my skill to do 2 points. One is to cooperate among academic research institutes, especially from Thailand and Czech Republic. As I said, human resources investment is very important, and we need to have scientists and engineers coming in. So, I am now I'm requesting the Czech government to give us scholarship. This is what the French and the UK did. They help us with the incentive. They help us with the training. So I'm sure that with the Czech Republic, you are very good. You're the pioneer of the pure science. You're the, the origin of all the robots. I mean, you have to have something that you can offer Thailand. So scholarship will be very good. Whether it's short-term, long-term, and to have training in Czech Republic, especially in English course. I think that would be very beneficial. And with the increase of graduates from the Czech Republic, I'm sure these graduates will have the networking in the Czech Republic, and it can be expanded to other Eastern, Central and Eastern European countries. The second part is on cooperation with the private sector. To have the increase of space engineers and space specialists, we hope that we'll be able to develop our very own startups and SMEs on space technology. Development of satellite control system, that's one. Space software developing, especially with software that creates space situation awareness, that's another thing that I think is very useful in Thailand. And even for me, I've been here for almost 2 years. I've been talking with Skoda. I think that Thailand is the center of the manufacturing of the parts of automobiles. Why can't we have cooperation that we can do something on space, through this Skoda or other companies that will do the same thing? I mean, it's complementarity. So this is just my idea, just my dream, but I hope that it will be materialized before I finish my term of duty. So my very simple recommendation is one, is for all of us to step out of our comfort zone. We need to be innovative. We need to reach out to each other and to maximize. The other one is to maximize the representative office, like the Royal Thai Embassy here in Prague, or even the Czech Embassy in Bangkok. I'm sure that all of us will be very helpful, especially with private sector and researchers and academia. And the other one is that once the Czech companies or the Czech academics have outreach to us, Thailand is in the heart of ASEAN or Southeast Asia. So you can actually outreach to other countries in Southeast Asia. The last part is the networking. I think it's very important, especially with business matchmaking. And I think I rely a lot on Czech Invest to help us. So that is really the core of partnership. Mutual respect, mutual understanding, and mutual trust. And I hope that with that, we can go on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Ambassador. It was a very well put and throughout answer. So thank you for that. I'll move maybe now to Pete Warden, and you've had experience with helping other countries develop their space strategies, their space technologies, whether it's more advanced Luxembourg or maybe on the other side of the spectrum, countries like Bhutan. What do you think are the main challenges for smaller or developing emerging countries to access space technology, to develop those capacities, and to really build the space industry and interest in space in general?
Well, Peter, I think the primary thing is to start with the advantages of either a smaller country or one that hasn't been involved in space. I worked for NASA for a good many years, and I had a lot of things I used to say about NASA, that NASA stood for never a straight answer. I later came to love NASA, but the trouble is with a traditional space agency that's been around for a long time is they've learned how to do things, and it's very hard to change. With a big country, it's also hard to change, whether it's the United States or China or Japan or France or any of the others, because there's a lot of bureaucracy. The really big advantage of a smaller country is decision making is very quick. So there's really two things. One is they can make decisions quickly, and second, they don't have somebody says, well, we didn't do it that way 20 years ago. I think those are compelling in the new era where small, quick, nimble, using new technologies is important. And my personal experience has been mostly in Luxembourg, but also now in Bhutan. Luxembourg has long been a spacefaring nation, but in a funny way. In the 1980s, they were looking for some industry to replace the steel industry. And they were into communications and decided, well, let's launch a communication satellite. So they formed the company SES. And it turned out that they couldn't get anybody to insure the launch. And so they self-insured it. The former deputy prime minister told me that had that failed, it would have been 5% of their annual budget. So they're willing to take a risk. And that was the start of what's now the world's largest communication satellite company. About 6 or 7 years ago, they were looking, or more like 10, they were looking at expanding space, and I got involved with them when I was at NASA Ames, and we chose space resources, which is, potentially a big deal, but right away a lot of people thought it was crazy. I mean, the deputy prime minister thought I was smoking something when I first told him. But there are now over 80 startups in Luxembourg. They expect by the end of this decade 10% of their gross national product to be space related. So I think it's a very ambitious effort. Now, Luxembourg has always been a very wealthy country and has a lot of resources in it. But I think on the other end of the spectrum is the Kingdom of Bhutan. I was fortunate enough to get to know His Majesty the King, and we became really good friends and have great respect for him. And they've launched a CubeSat. They worked with, I think, the Kyoto University in Japan. And his point was that Bhutan is a very traditional country, but they wanted to, they're going to have to deal with the modern world. And he felt that space and space science is the way to inspire his people, and it's worked very well. They have now put together a number of university programs and so forth. So, but in both cases, there's nobody there telling them they can't do it, and there's an ability to make decisions very quickly. And so I think those are compelling advantages, particularly for small countries.
Thanks for sharing those experiences. It's very interesting to see this full spectrum. Now maybe continuing to Tom, Maldives are essentially at the very beginning of this experience and trying to understand and grab space. So what, from your perspective as the advisor on strategic partnerships at the Maldivian Space Research Organization, what do you see the biggest challenges and the barriers for you guys to sort of gas forward for space?
Is this on? Yeah. Well, I think it's hard to follow these two panelists in their comprehensive dissection of the challenges and opportunities. I think maybe I'll give a brief introduction just to follow up, because I appreciate the strange context that this tropical island paradise has a space program. Apparently, it shocks even me every day. But the Maldives Space Research Organization not only is seeking a better acronym, given the mouthful, we want to be known as MESRO, hopefully, is the first dedicated space organization in the Maldives. We are young, we are less than 6 months old. We are an NGO, so we are not affiliated with the government, but of course work to represent its interests abroad in particular. And our main purpose is to tackle climate change using novel space solutions, of course, as many countries are doing now. To enhance national security capabilities, particularly maritime security, because that's the single greatest national security threat. The Maldives has a land area of less than 300 kilometers squared, which is tiny, and yet has an economic zone over 1 million kilometers squared. So it's a tough job for the Coast Guard, you can say the least. And of course, remote sensing offers this amazing opportunity to access these remote areas. So that's one of our projects, which I'll talk about later, I'm sure. But also to diversify and develop the economy, as these two wonderful panelists have touched on. I think the UN estimated that space technologies can offer 7% growth. Now, I think there's potential for more than that in some places over others, especially given the dynamism that's potentially offered by smaller countries. And so, yeah, those are kinds of our areas of focus. I think at the moment we have really 3 main projects. The first is to create a maritime dashboard for our Coast Guard. So we're working closely with the Ministry of Defence on that, but also with European partners, because I think one of the areas I hope to discuss here is how, using these international collaborations, you get to almost leapfrog, cut corners, not have to do things by yourself. And so we have partners with aerospace labs in Belgium and IMIDSAT International. So they're going to be creating this multi-layered system for the Coast Guard to help manage this problem. And then in February next year, we have a pilot project to help address some environmental issues facing a few of the island atolls. So that's with the Atlantic International Research Center based in the Azores, and Critical Loop Limited, which is an American capital fund. And so the idea is you go into these islands, you see what kinds of tools you can use to solve mangrove die-off, explosive seagrass growth and death, rapid coastal infrastructure development, and of course coastal erosion, and try and create some sort of implementation strategy that can be extrapolated elsewhere. And we hope this will be our flagship. It's going rather well at the moment, but we have our conference in May next year, and that's the Space for Island Nations Conference, which, if you're keeping track, is SYNC, has an acronym, which we couldn't resist, frankly. And that is, I hope, going to reflect a lot of the themes of this panel. I mean, particularly, these last few months, there have been a lot of conferences in Europe, IAC. We were talking earlier about Spaceport Norway, and a bunch of ones around Europe in the run-up to the ministerial meetings. But I personally have been quite dismayed by the lack of internationally recognized conferences in global South nations that are about to enter the sector or are trying to. I think it's a broader conversation this touches on, rebalancing the scales of who is and isn't a stakeholder in this sector, because we shouldn't be under any pretenses here that it's a deeply mismatched arena, irrespective of the rhetoric. And so this is, I guess, part of the process. Attracting regional partners to this conference is hopefully one of those stepping stones. And in the new year, we'll be crafting a roadmap, a 5-year roadmap to see how the Maldives can have its own indigenous space capabilities. Now, we haven't got, I mean, I'm obviously not Maldivian, I'm British, giveaway, but I'm here in Europe because I feel best placed to lend myself here. But the Maldives hasn't got a strong aerospace engineering scene. So as you're alluding to, there's no point trying to cater to something that isn't there. So what you want to do is tap into what are the strengths. And in the Maldives, that's the downstream component, the software scene. How can we better use space data? Because we all know there are already so many satellites, so many rocket launches, but that bottleneck exists in the data interface between satellites and users. And so our hope is that we'll play to this Maldivian strength in the future. So having an indigenous satellite will be part of that process. And then just finally, if I may, there's the equatorial component. So the Maldives obviously sits on the equator, bang on the dot, and it's a deeply underserved orbit. You can get some amazing revisit times if you have even a single satellite in this orbit, which can provide really unique value that a sun-synchronous orbit would not be able to provide. And so there's a lot of potential, I feel, not only for emerging space states, but particularly for equatorial states that as yet haven't really tapped that orbit.
Thank you, Tom. Peter, you've had, in the past 10 years, you've managed 12 space missions, and you have kind of two perspectives on this, I believe. One from the Czech Republic as a country that is learning and developing and learning how to do things from others, and now in a more advanced and new position when we're helping at TRL Space other companies in Africa and Asia to build their capabilities. What, in your view, are the biggest challenges there in developing and moving towards space industry and more space capabilities and technology for these small and developing emerging nations?
Yeah, first, I'd like to say that non-country should be ashamed to say that wants to do the space, because I think it's a critical infrastructure like electricity, and every country should have a right to do it. So I would say it's the right choice. And the biggest challenge to me is that I mean, of course, not every country can build a satellite, that's clear. But every country can build 30, 20, or 50% of the satellite. And this is something, I think, it's a barrier. And I would like to say that we need to change the mind of these countries. They should be encouraged not to buy the hardware, but to try to co-develop with some partner who already have the experience. Because why? I mean, firstly, it's sustainable, it's safe, and it brings back to the economy something which you will just give away. And then, of course, it has like spin-offs, because it's not only for space, but if you work on the satellite, I mean, of course, the technology can be used within other industries. So you shouldn't be depending on all your other partners. And I think what is important and what Space Together means to me is that each country should have the right to master some technology and have a good, reliable partner where they can together build a satellite or any technology which is needed.
Yeah, thanks. You kind of touched a very important, I think, question and topic, which is worth maybe unpacking here a bit more. And that is, you said that not every country can build a satellite, but every country can build parts of satellites. And maybe question very much connected to this, does every country need their own satellite? Do they need to have their own satellite, or is it enough to just, buy data from some other, provider and make things easier in that sense? So maybe that's sort of another, general question I would like to pose to all of you, and I'll start with you, Peter, to follow up on that. Does every country need to have their own satellite?
Well, I would say they have a reason for it, because I mean, space is like electricity. I mean, there's no human being living without the space nowadays. I mean, it starts with the telephone. I mean, everything. We don't need to name each technology. So each country has a benefit if they have their own data or their space application, because the infrastructure can make really big impacts on agriculture, but many, maritime, I mean, a lot of it, you name it. So, I mean, yeah, you can buy the data, but back to what I think and what I said, I mean, that's one way. Or the other one is like, hey, we want to buy the data, but we also want to buy the satellite where we will develop 20% of it, because then we involved other part of the economy, which is not related to the data and the application of the space itself.
Thanks. Tom, is there a similar thought process when you think about what Maldives might need in future in space, instead of buying a whole satellite and have that as a purchased product, instead of maybe first buying data and being happy just with the data? What is the sort of a trade-off that you see there?
So I think that you can make the practical case for there not needing to be even more, especially smaller satellites being thrown into a very saturated orbit. You can make that practical case. But I don't find it convincing. I think that there's also this political component that we can't miss out on, which maybe is a very high-level way of looking at it, but a satellite's an asset, and assets have power, and they offer bargaining chips and tools and decision-making processes at the highest levels. And I think the only way you're going to meaningfully rebalance these scales is to just start having more hardware out there that isn't being pumped out by Europe, the United States, Russia, and China. So I guess that's point one. Point two is the data isn't good enough. So the Maldives, the satellite coverage is dreadful. I mean, it's really bad. And I think at the moment, the Coast Guard is having to spend a fortune buying an occasional image from Airbus once a month to get some sense of historic movement in particular problem areas occasionally. I mean, how on earth are you going to enforce maritime security in a million square miles with that kind of data? You can't. And of course, there are more options for purchasing additional data, but the Maldives hasn't got the budget for that. So then it maybe seems counterintuitive, well, we need our own satellite, but this is where how you finance is key. The Maldives hasn't got the budget to build or even buy off-the-shelf satellites. I mean, it would, but it would be a terrible idea. It wouldn't be good value for money, particularly in the debt crisis that it's currently experiencing. It would be a terrible idea. So this is where these international collaborations really have to slot in. There are grants available. There are financing vehicles with options for the cost to be reduced, so that poorer nations still have access to space without paying the upfront cost. I think at the moment, one of the options we're looking at is a really intelligent financing vehicle through aerospace labs, again, that cuts the cost of a satellite from 8 million to 4 million, which is remarkable, really, for the kind of payload we're after. So there are options, and I think that doesn't have to be an exclusive process at all.
Now, Pete, even for countries that maybe are not ready to build their own satellite, or even just part of it, even other things in terms of data or maybe astronomy are extremely valuable. What value the best participation in space can have for countries when it's not that they ultimately want and need to own their own satellite?
Well, first of all, I have to disagree that every country can't build their own satellites. It turns out that that's just wrong. And I remember when I was the director at NASA Ames, my chief engineer used to wave this in the air, and he'd say, "This does everything a satellite does, and this costs, $500. Why can't you build a satellite out of it?" And a bunch of young people formed a company now called Planet that they did this. And the first 3 satellites they launched were called phone sats. And they were carried up as checked luggage for astronauts, nanoracks. It's a low cost. And they were launched and they worked. They took images. And I remember that President Obama used to come to Ames occasionally, and never to see me. But I was, when he got off the airplane, I was Peter the greeter. You had to, say hello, welcome, Mr. President, to NASA Ames. And he would never talk to me. He would just say, "We're really proud of you guys at NASA," and move on. So I figured I should get his attention. And I said, "Mr. President, we just launched the world's cheapest satellites." And he stopped and he said, "How cheap were they?" And I said, "Well, 2 of them were $4,000 and the big one was $10,000. And without missing a beat, he looked at me and said, "We're giving you guys too much money." And the NASA administrator saw this on the television. We didn't know what I'd said. And he said, "What did the president say to you?" And I said, "He said we're doing a great job, Mr. Administrator." But I think this is really true. Everybody has the ability to build satellites. And as I talked about earlier today, it turns out that we're moving not just from CubeSats to chipsats. And these are things that you can program for an electronic system that can print them out by the thousands. So to my mind, I don't think that countries should accept the idea that, well, I can't build a satellite. These things are now being built by students, and they don't cost millions. They cost, dollars in some cases, or euros. And so, to my mind, this is where the advantage of that we don't have a space program, that many of these countries could actually do this and do it without a lot of extra money. Now, I might add that, to get back to the inspiration issue, the inspiration of teenagers building a little tiny chipsat is huge, but also astronomy. I'm an astronomer by background. What we did in Bhutan is we built a couple small automated telescopes. Students put them together that cost about $4,000 each. And as far as anybody knew, these are the first time telescopes were in Bhutan that young people could look through, or anybody could look through. So I think that it is not to accept that our country can't do this. Our country can do it every place. Our city can do it. Our school can do it. And it's and we can get the next generation excited about it and to work some of these problems. These distributed chipsats, for example, could probably do a much better job in places like the Maldives of monitoring those big areas. And it's amazing what young people can do, and it's not expensive. So instead of going to the government and asking for tens of millions of euros, ask them for a few hundred, and 100 euros, and I think you can do it.
No, thanks. That's a great answer. I think we should repeat it, that every country is capable of building their own satellite. I think it's a good memo. Ms. Ambassador, I would maybe want to just touch upon your experience that you mentioned working with the French and with the UK in building your first 2 satellites, the Theos 1 and Theos 2, that is supposed to be launched next year. And you mentioned the cooperation, was also based on scholarship and building capacities. So I just was wondering if you could talk a bit about what that experience working with other nations was in developing your own capability to build satellites, and what have you also learned maybe as a country in terms of how important it is to have your own assets and how important it is to have your own capabilities and human resources to do these things?
Thank you very much. Actually, we have 2 satellites that we have been partnered with the French and the UK. And the first one is Theos-1. I need to relate my information sheet because this is very, it's very informative in a way. So Theos-1 in Thai is called Thai Chok. Thai Chok means is the good luck for Thailand. So it's the first Thailand Earth observation system, and it was done in 2008. And for this Theos-1, it provides Thailand with more affordable access to the space-based Earth imagery. Before, we used to buy this imagery from other countries, and they were very expensive. So with this partnership, we did our own, and we did manage to establish the infrastructure and system required for the continuation of the Thai space program. And for Theos-1, it also helped to observe natural resources of Thailand. As I indicate, there were 5 areas that Thailand would like to utilize the space technology. So Theos-1 has helped with the research and mapping, especially for the production of agricultural crops, forest demolition, forest types, shrimp farms, water pollution from oil leaks. This is something that I didn't know. And illegal farms, you can use that from space. And of course, with disaster areas where you can really monitor when the disaster strikes. So Theos-1 has been very useful to us. And the know-how from Theos-1 has been a great opportunity for Thai scientists, especially young engineers and experts, in order to go forward for the technology in designing, controlling of satellite receiver, building satellite, and production of satellite images from this technology. So these are information that you can get from the internet. I got this. And as I said to you before, with the French partnership, we have 10-year scholarship program that has been continued with 80 training scholarship in France for Thai personnel in satellite technology and satellite application, and 24 scholarship in postgraduate courses. It's something that, as I said, human resources investment is very important, and this is very important to us because it helps to homegrown our own scientists. And this is helping to have a strong network between Thailand and France on the space technology. As for the UK one, with Theos-2, is still ongoing. I cannot give you the insight information. But to tell you frankly, both France and UK have had long relationship with Thailand, especially in Southeast Asia. So I touched before on the partnership, the 3 cores, which is the mutual respect, mutual understanding, and mutual trust. And for Thailand, we give that to both the French and the UK. So we hope that with the Theos-2, we'll be able to have almost the same thing or value added from Theos-1.
No, thank you very much. It's an interesting description of how such partnerships are not just one of an experience and take time to develop and have multiple layers to really reach the mutual beneficial relationship. I maybe wanted to jump back to Petr Capone and ask him more about what does really constitute such successful long-term partnership between 2 countries, and especially between maybe an advanced and a developing country, to make sure that there's technology transfer, that human resources in developing countries are developed, and that the relationship is not based on a customer-client relationship, but more on on equal partnerships, what are some mechanisms, principles, and ways how to make sure that that relationship works and is beneficial for both sides?
I'll talk from the personal experience we just recently have from Africa, where you and me went together. I think the first thing to the successful partnership is understanding. I mean, to be physically in the country, to understand why and for what the technology is needed, and what are the obstacles, not only in terms of the capacities or the foundings, but in general as a culture of the country and everything. I mean, the understanding is key. It's not like you can go there and sell the satellite, you revise the offer, and then, I mean, it's gone. I mean, if you really want to build a partnership, you need to understand what's behind. And for example, I mean, we were discussing the communication satellite in Africa, but they already have, especially in Kenya, they have optical cables almost everywhere. And we were asking, I mean, why you want to have like a redundant technology? And they say, because, I mean, every day somebody decides to build a new house and there is no register and they cut off the cables. So, I mean, the only natural way is to move the infrastructure to space. So it's a simple solution. And many more. And then it's to be to set up such a knowledge transfer, as Ms. Ambassador said. I think first, if you want to knowledge transfer, you need to offer the local people, local students, internship in already working company on a physical project building the satellite, but forcing them to come back. And once this is built, then the partnership is stronger, and you start to build slowly on that. Then it's infrastructure, which also, I believe, should be in the territory. I don't think it's necessary, and also, I mean, if we're now talking about the cost of the satellite for $10,000, which I think we need to revise our offers, that the infrastructure should be close to actual development, at least in I mean, the primary infrastructure. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I mean, it's a long-term partnership. You cannot dream of selling the satellite in 1 month in the new country. I mean, it takes time, it takes months, it takes years, but it's good because then the relationship will pay off and it's going to be a long-term partnership. And some people can ask or argue why you knowledge the transfer, because then you have a new competitor. But it's not true, because, I mean, first you will work together, and second, when within the country they decide for the second, third or fourth satellite, they will probably not ask for quotation around the world, or they will come back to their partner, to successful partnership, and then you have a really, I mean, lifetime, I believe, we'll see, lifetime partnership.
You mentioned an interesting aspect, which is understanding the local specificities and specific challenges that can be addressed by satellite technology, and that brings me a bit back to Maldives and you know, the big challenge that country is facing in terms of climate change and rising sea levels, probably as big as any other countries you know, is going to face. And I was going to ask you, Tom, maybe if you could talk about how you see space technology and not only satellites as an answer to probably the biggest challenge in terms of, you know, an existential challenge to the country, and seeing space as an opportunity to address it.
No, definitely, and I think it's always sort of jumps out at me when I see the sort of by 2050, by 2060 deadlines anywhere you look, because you start wondering, well, how much of the Maldives will be left? Sort of, you know, that does hover around the mind rather disquietingly. I think the estimates are that 80% of the country, without further action, will be underwater by the end of the century. And of course, that's not accounting for any new tipping points that we cross over the next few decades. But I think what this touches on is also for whom the satellite is. You have obviously the institutional client, you have the commercial side, and then you have the educational side, right? And these can be parallel processes. When it comes to climate change, that's very naturally tapping into the institutional side, the governmental side. They have a vested interest in trying to understand how these technologies can help. So the Maldives is the flattest country in the world. The average height is about 1.2 meters, so not very much. Therefore, it's unsurprising that it's one of the most vulnerable to sea level rise and coastal erosion. one of the advantages that we can currently use the technologies for, and that's why we're not jumping straight to a satellite, that's a mistake, we need to get a better understanding of the use cases, is the data that currently exists is pretty good for tracking coastal erosion. Not so much rapid coastal erosion, particularly if you have like a hard engineering project that for the past 10 years has been the default approach by the Maldivian government to solving coastal erosion and sea level rise problems. They'll sort of armor islands in fortifications, and that can often have unintended consequences with sudden changes in how sediment is dispersed between the atolls. So for that, satellites with a kind of decent temporal resolution are pretty key. Another problem, of course, is the rise in sea temperatures is changing how fish stocks are behaving, and that's affecting fishing, which is 30% of the Maldivian economy, or nearly, I think 70% tourism or so. And yeah, it's a problem because it creates new opportunities for illegal foreign fishing. Overfishing is a massive problem in Southeast Asia and East Asia more generally, and up to $22 million a year are being lost to illegal foreign fishing vessels entering the very resource-rich economic zone, the Maldives, which I think has got the largest sort of area of mandatory sustainable fishing practices in the world. You cannot fish in Maldivian waters unless you use pole and line fishing, and that's resulted in remarkable richness of fish stock. And obviously fish stocks are vital for keeping ecosystems thriving and healthy, and so if you suddenly have enormous trawlers entering and you know, bottom trawling, for example, it completely eradicates entire ecosystems. So that's, I guess, the maritime security component, right? If we can't enforce the economic zone, then we're going to start harming these fish stocks, and satellites are very well placed to help serve that need. Another symptom of a warming planet is the increased frequency of algal blooms, particularly harmful algal blooms. The Maldives is not particularly susceptible to them right now, but according to other trends in the other parts of the region, it's on course to start seeing more and more of them. And currently the only system that exists to track this stuff is essentially Twitter. Which given the current climate may not last for much longer. So satellites with a high revisit time can offer much better tools to spot algal blooms and understand better how they impact coastal communities, because they have human health implications, of course, but also coastal ecosystems. So there's quite a lot that space can do right now, and one of the missing links that currently exists is just this high revisit rate. So that's hopefully where we'll be going, but right now we exist using existing space data and commercial data, so we're definitely making an impact without a satellite at the moment.
I think you touched a very important part of this theme, which is of theme of space together, and that is that sharing access to space and helping countries to have access to space is also, in a sense, responsibility, especially in connection with the climate change and with the challenges that need to be addressed by and have to be addressed by space technology. It is not only about the business and developing products together and doing commercial activities together, but it is really also a responsibility of all of us to make sure we address these shared challenges that we have. So thanks for mentioning that. The question also is about if in these small countries and these space emerging countries that might not have space agencies, might not have a big bureaucratic apparatus that takes care of and directs activities there, you really have to rely much more on the private sector and private companies to really take it in their hands and be responsible for all the space activities there. And I think we have a lot of examples. Pete, coming back to you, and as you as a big advocate of the private sector and innovation in there, what is your experience with private sector really being the only maybe and the main driver in those smaller countries? Is it leading? It obviously must have some maybe its own challenges as well, but overall it's more cost-effective approach. What are some of the experiences you could maybe talk about a bit?
This is a very interesting question about the private sector, particularly high net worth people, and I'm not sure this is relevant, but it might be. I got to know Elon Musk pretty well. In fact, I got him his first government contract a long time ago, and he was supposed to be launching a small booster, Falcon 1. And the place he chose to do it was Kwajalein in the Marshall Islands, which is another place that, and so he'd build his launch complex on a small, it's a tropical atoll, it's, just like the Maldives, and so I was working for DARPA that had funded him. So the DARPA director said, "Why don't you go out and see how he's doing?" And so he was there, and he wasn't doing very well. They weren't have much discipline, and the main place that the Americans stayed was on the main island of Kwajalein. But to get out to this island they launched at, I think it was called Mech Island, you had to get in a boat. It took about an hour and a half to ride in this boat out there. So I was riding out with Elon, and we were sitting at the railing of the boat, and he's looking at the atoll, and he says, their problem is they don't have enough land. And so he started thinking about major engineering things, that can you build dikes around and then pump the water out, and now they have, thousands of square kilometers, not, a few square kilometers. I'm not sure this made sense, but to me it's interesting that the people that these private sector are entrepreneurs and visionaries. And here's an example of a guy that at that time he hadn't done much of anything. He'd done PayPal, but and since then he's built the electric vehicle industry in much of the world. He's revolutionized the space industry. So I think people like him might. Now you have to be careful because they tend to step on other people. But to my mind, I think the first thing is that some of these big problems like climate change, may have really big solutions, and to inspire some of those people to solve them is important because they have the resources, they have the vision, and they can say, why not? Why can't we do that? So I guess that's, but it doesn't have to be the world's richest man either. I mean, he wasn't when he started. And I think that, let me use my own foundation for an example. When we first announced that we were going to go look for alien signatures in 2015, we made this announcement with Stephen Hawking and Lord Martin Rees, the head of the Royal Society in the UK, and Frank Drake and other luminaries. There's about 20 of us were there. And Yuri Milner, who was sponsoring this, said, he asked each of us what we thought the likelihood in 10 years we would find an alien signature. And, the answer was maybe 1% or 2% or 0.5%. I think Hawking said 1%. And at the end of this, I asked Yuri Milner, I said, what do you think the likelihood of finding aliens are? And he said, 10 to the minus fifth. So, 1 part in 100,000. And so I said, this is the difference between a philanthropic investor that if I went to the US government and said I want 100 million to find aliens, and I think there's a 1% chance of success, they would throw me out. In fact, they did throw the people that had started the SETI program in the US out. So, but a visionary who is doing it because he wants to really change things is willing to take that 1 in 100,000 chance. So I think that's the real role and they're not entrepreneurs, they are visionaries. And so I think, now the other thing is that you have to recognize is a lot of people think, well, can I talk to, Bill Gates or, Musk or something, I can just get him to do this. And the other thing is to say, okay, this isn't easy. There's millions of people that want to talk to them to get their money. And there's an old saying that you have to kiss a lot of frogs before you find a prince. And so I think the message is to be persistent and have a good story of what do we need you to help us with. And problems like climate change may look insolvable. Over a drink, I'll tell you my own solution, but that's, which is solar geoengineering, I might add. we block some of the sunlight. But I think that this is an untapped resource. Most of these high net worth people feel they owe the society something, and to try to get them to solve these big problems, solve them from space, and solve them with other new technology.
No, thank you very much. It sounds like every small country just needs to find their big investor and high net value person. No, it was just a joke. But maybe following up on this and the importance of the private sector, I'll turn back to Ms. Ambassador and mention that, you know, in Thailand, company MU has big ambitions to build not only satellites but their own supply chains. It's a very active private company with big plans and ambition. So I wanted to ask you if you could maybe talk a bit about the private sector in the satellite technology in Thailand and their experience and their goals, and how it's important for you to have that component of space industry development.
Thank you very much. As I indicate, space technology in Thailand is like the new horizon economic sector. So those entrepreneurs or business sector are still startups and SMEs. They're not the big conglomerates like we have in agricultural sector, which is traditional economic sector. And as you said, MU Space is a startup that has great dreams on the aerospace manufacturer, as an aerospace manufacturer, and also as satellite internet service provider. They try their very best to go venturing out in order to establish networks. However, for startups and SMEs, you have challenge, especially on funds. And for Thailand, when it's still a new horizon economic sector, we don't have that large interest of investors who would like to give fund to startups and SMEs. So that's one challenge inside. They also have to try to partner up with investors outside. So what the Thai government sector has tried to help help the MU Space is to establish like a platform like this, where we can establish or have international experts, international investors who may be interested in medium-sized country like Thailand, and to have the interest and capacity of MU Space to be part of their partnership, business partnership. So this is something that the Thai government is trying to help. But they still have a lot of challenge to do. I know that they have been going around in Europe trying to partner. I try to partner them with the Czech Republic at the moment, and I'm very happy that TRL Space has already been talking with them, which is very nice. And just hope that it's a matter of time that such partnership could happen again.
Thank you for expanding on this. The region of Southeast Asia is obviously a very strategic region from also a geopolitical perspective, and but it's together with Africa and the 3 Seas region, one of the main areas of focus for TRL Space. So, we discussed Southeast Asia and a bit. Few words were mentioned about Africa, but I wanted to give Peter more opportunity to talk about other strategic region where we work with partners that unfortunately we couldn't get them to attend, but are very important to us, and those are countries in the 3 Seas region, which is a very growing brand. So Peter, could you explain a bit more about our partners in the 3 Seas region and why this region is such important, why it is has so much potential, and why it's key for development of Europe?
So the 3 Seas region, or the so-called 3 Seas initiative, which exists since 2017, I think it was founded in Croatia. together with Poland. Those are the countries coming from the north, from Baltics, then through Poland, Czech Republic, there is Austria, and then you go down to Slovenia, Croatia, and also there is Bulgaria, Hungary, and Romania. If you look at the basically Free Seas region, it's all the post-communist era, and I would say because our main focus is to build up the partnership and supply chain within this territory, to be able to build missions like the one to the moon we are working. Because the main goal of the moon mission was to build up partnership and supply chain in this region, because then, of course, we can compete with West or America or the others. But we hear a lot that we are still learning. And this might be true in the new era, which in Czech Republic started in 2008, where we joined the European Space Agency. And countries like Slovenia or Baltics are new members, so they joined recently after Czech Republic. But it's not true. I mean, during the communist era, which is the different era, we were building the satellites, and we were far, far away from the West. It was just a little bit of break. So I used to say that we are not learning or trying to get the knowledge. We already have the knowledge. We just need to transfer this knowledge from one generation to another, and then to our partners in territories like yours.
Thank you. We spent a lot of time talking about small and emerging space countries learning and building capabilities for Earth observation, for activities, or using space down on Earth, and for other observation. But I maybe wanted to, spend a few more minutes to go a bit further and go a bit beyond. And you mentioned that Thailand would want to go to the moon by 2050. Obviously, we have this vision to be there a bit earlier at TRL Space in the Czech Republic. About 2 weeks ago, or a week ago, we had the launch of the Space Launch System and Artemis 1 mission. So the return of humanity back to the moon is on the program and happening. And it would be interesting maybe to, discuss what you believe is the role of small nations and maybe even nations in general as humanity moves to the moon and beyond Mars and other celestial bodies. Do they need to be part of that? Is that important for even smaller countries to be part of this expansion of humanity? And in what form? So what is the role of these smaller countries in the world on the moon and beyond? And maybe I'll start with Tom and to sort of, because obviously we've discussed that you have the big challenge of the climate change. You might have the country disappearing. Well, there is another planet maybe that could be for Maldives.
Well, let's hope it doesn't get to that. I think there's definitely opportunity from a ground station perspective, because the equatorial region is very well situated to host these. Not so much for LEO, though it's fine, but cislunar, it's very well positioned. So I think from that standpoint, countries like the Maldives can offer that kind of advantage. Beyond that, I think, as you alluded to, Pete, this kind of science and astronomy component, I think, is probably where the Maldives will lean to. I mean, there's wonderful maxims in De Heavy, the language. Maldivians have always looked to the stars, and I think the moon counts. So I think from a capacity building standpoint, when it comes to the moon, it will be an educational one rather than maybe something much more dramatic. But having said that, collaborating with any missions, seeing what kinds of expertise can be leveraged on the Maldivian technology side is something we are looking at, and would love to have more conversations here in Prague about it, both on the ground station and, co-developing, as you so beautifully put it.
No, thanks. That was actually, a very substantial answer. Thanks for that. Maybe, Pete, to continue on this topic, what do you see the role of small states and maybe even states that do not have access to space technology in future, and especially I'm asking in terms of space resources and space benefits, and how to ensure that even small countries that are not capable of maybe extracting resources on the moon and beyond and build settlements, how can they benefit from development and from humanity moving forward?
Well, I think the key thing is, I wouldn't even talk about small states, I'd talk about small people, little kids. And I remember, one of the first books my mother gave me when this was in the mid-50s, I date myself, one was called Stars and one was called Planets. And the real resource that every country has are these young people that want to look up and say, I want to go there. I want to see things that nobody saw before. And to me, it doesn't matter what size your country is. There should be an opportunity for little boys and girls to say that if I can grow up in a fishing village in the Maldives, or I can grow up in Prague, or I can grow up in New York City, or in Thailand or Bhutan or any place else, that they have an opportunity to do this and to dream big and can make it real. So to my point is to set a network up where somebody, they dream about it when they're 6 years old, they dream about it when they're 16, they can go to universities, whether it's in their country or others, they can get involved in endeavors, global endeavors, some privately funded, some publicly funded, some UN sponsored, that can say, yes, I can build a spacecraft that'll find out the secrets of the universe. I might be able to walk on the moon or live on the moon. And that's the networks we need to set up, that it doesn't matter, where you came from, that you have that opportunity, and that's the world we want.
That's an excellent answer. Thanks for that. I think it's very inspirational. That it really doesn't matter in the end who builds the spaceship, as long as we can all get and be part of that, right? So thanks for that. And maybe now moving to you, Ms. Ambassador, what is the role, and how does Thailand maybe see itself in the world where we live and work on the moon and beyond? As you said, that there's the vision to be on the moon by 2015 Thailand. So where do you see Thailand in this world?
To me, I think all countries want to have their footprint in the humanity history somehow. So for those who have advanced technology, they can go before, and those who will be follow after. But I definitely agree with you that everybody should have the opportunity to dream, and not only to dream, but to materialize the dream. And this can be done through by government or by private sector, or even with the local community. But as long as we have materialized our dream, I think it's the best one. Second, we also need to, as you said, I definitely agree on the networking, especially on international community-wise. We have been talking about the commercial sector of the space technology. This is something that I am quite familiarized, because I worked with Corpus before in Vienna. And we did with the legal framework as to how you can do standardization of the satellites and all that. And that is very important to have this international cooperation together. But it's not only legal framework. We need to do other things. You have touched on the climate change. We can use the space technology, together to do the climate change, to mitigate the problem. We have not done that because all of us have been having the CO2 emission. We cannot help ourselves not to have that. But we need to try to capitalize on what we have, especially with the advanced technology that we can do. And so this is where international community, international conferences should become. And from those international cooperation, we need to have the route that can go all the way to the young generation, because we are building the future for them. So this is what I think.
The idea that you can be part of the spaceship and you don't have to build it, I think it's very important, and it's one of the motivations why when we were building the Lunar Geology Orbiter, the LUGO mission, we count and we offer, involvement for also these space emerging countries in a way that they want to participate in. It doesn't have to be anything advanced. It can be something very simple. It can be even just a message, as we are, allowing or offering people to send on our Earth observation satellite. But it's very important to share that message. So, maybe coming back to you, Peter, what do you think has been some, interest and response by the countries we have visited in terms of how they want to motivate and inspire young people in their countries to be more interested in space and be more involved in space technology?
Yeah, before I answer, I would say that what I think, to me, is the biggest barrier, and that's the access to space. Because we're talking about satellites and how they can be cheap. But the access to space is still limited, and I think that there should be some work done as well. And coming to that, answering your questions, I mean, this is what we offer, basically, not only through the LUGO, through the moon mission, but also by Troll, our own satellite, where we say, and we go to the countries and say, look, this is the flight opportunity, and 20% of the satellite is for you, for emerging countries, for partners around the world. And the response? I mean, it's incredible, because this is perfect for universities, for startups, but on the other side, it comes with a great responsibility, because we tell them, okay, but you need to deliver your hardware in 12 months, fully qualified, tested. We will help you, but it's quite demanding. But this is what the space is about. And they fear, but I have no doubt that they will fail. I mean, I'm sure they will not. So I would say that all the talks are very nice, and I am just trying to find a way how to sell more of our services, to have more of these missions, because to be honest, this is fulfilling the most of our vision. I mean, to have a space available for others to demonstrate anything they need to demonstrate in space. So I would say that why we do the business? To generate enough money for such a kind of things, because this is how we create partners, and this is how the global space industry will grow.
Yeah, thank you. Just to reiterate that message, even from the business perspective, cooperating with other entities and countries and helping them learn and build capabilities is not just a nice thing to do, but it really builds a very reliable and good partner with whom you can do bigger and more ambitious things. And I think that's one of the best values that there is, that you really build partnerships with people that and you can rely on them. And from a business perspective, that is something invaluable. It's something that you cannot just simply buy, and you just need to build and develop. So I think it's a very important message from the Space Together perspective that we want to share here. We're reaching the end of the panel here. I think we had a very broad discussion about all the aspects of cooperation between different nations, mainly the small ones, between private actors as well. The important benefits of space to development of each country's capability to thrive. But I think the common theme has been that we're in this together, and we are stronger together if we work together and approach each other with the understanding that everyone has their own interests and they're going to seek and work for, and that's, I think, how we can build these strong partnerships and excel. I still wanted to give each of you just sort of a closing remarks, just to say a few lines. What you believe after the discussion is what you imagine lays under the words "space together." Is it just cooperation between countries, private sector, enabling, motivating people? What is space together for you after the discussion? I'll start with you, Ms. Ambassador.
Thank you very much. For me, Space Together is actually the whole society approach. Because it's not only the government sector, the business sector, academics or others, but it's everyone. We've been talking about different issues like climate change or even with disaster management. And I think it's something that is society approach. So Space Together really needs international cooperation. And through international cooperation, you need international networking, international conferences in order to have mutual understanding among yourselves and to create something that is very good for the mankind.
What about you, Pete?
Well, that's a big question. What does Space Together mean? I think that I see sort of three areas that are spaced together. And the first one we've talked about a lot is solving the planet's problems, and which are significant. And some of them are security, as we see the wars going on, particularly in Ukraine and Russia, but there's other conflicts. A lot of them are environmental, and these are very serious and getting worse. So the first one is, can we use space to help? I don't think it's the only part of the answer, but it certainly can be an important part. The second one is, I'm a scientist by background, and I think space offers us an opportunity to answer some of the really big questions. These are science questions, how's the universe work? Where did we come from? Are we alone? That together we're going to answer those, because those are the questions that puzzle us and inspire us. And in some sense, it's the same as tens of thousands of years of religious and other things. We want to answer those questions. What are we and why are we here, and how are the things structured? The third one is the unlimited potential for our species and our planet and the life on it to expand into the cosmos. And this is starting now. We're going to be together on the moon, then Mars, then other places. My favorite is Venus, by the way. And then we're going to go to the stars. And so those are the three things that it's, fix the Earth, answer the big questions, and leave. But I might I have to make a shameless sort of advertisement for an organization that is working together, and it's one that you went to and you wear their pin here, the International Space University. And since I'm on the board of trustees, I have to also endorse it. But this is an organization that started about 30 years ago, over 30 years ago, that brought together young professionals to think about space in these three big questions. And it's, they've got a number of programs. Probably the longest running one is their 8 or 9 week summer program. But we need more programs like that teach people from diverse countries, diverse cultural aspects, diverse talents to understand space and how it can answer these big questions. So it's a shameless ad for an organization I work with, but it's an important one.
Thank you, Pete, and I'll hand the word next to the recent International Space University graduate, I guess, to follow up on this.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, that's quite the semi-introduction and segue. I mean, the Maldives Space Research Organization was an outgrowth, in part, from this year's Space Studies program. As you say, ISU encapsulates exactly what we've been discussing about networks, and about collaborative, space togetherness. But I think it's probably also worth maybe making a semantic emphasis, which is that it's not enough just to expand your network. You want to be lending your network, and I think that is a very important qualitative difference, because you can add people left, right, and center on LinkedIn, let's say, and have these follow-up conversations. But what you really want to be doing, and this is why the conferences become impactful, is when it isn't just a matter of exchanging contact information, potentially because of shared interest, but it's being walked through the chain of contacts to find the relevant person. I mean, the space industry is marvelous. Everyone is so friendly and inclusive, but it can also be a bit of a labyrinth if you're a new player. And the expertise is in the global north, not in the global south. And so you need to really be, I think, getting into the headspace that at these conferences, lend your network, don't just say you're there. And that's how we've actually been able to grow so quickly, is because people, particularly alumni from the Space Studies program in this case, were able to lend their networks and provide this kind of level of expertise and credibility to shift us in the right direction at an early stage.
Thanks, Sam. Petr, what's Space Together for you?
You know, Space Together for me is like a marriage. But first of all, you open to your partner with all means. You give them your heart on the silver platter and you wait. And you need to respect it. You need to trust. And sometimes you cook the dinner, sometimes not. You listen. Sometimes you do things which are not in the marriage contract. You just do it because it's right. And this is, for me, Space Together, because it's not what's written in the contract when you're building the satellite. If you really are a partner, it's like a marriage. You do what's necessary to do for the satellite. In terms of marriage, it's family.
Thank you. I think that Space Together is like a marriage is another great quote from this panel. I think it's, I wanted to end on this higher perspective of humanity's role in space and our shared destiny and fate in figure out not only where we come from, but where we're heading. And I think it's important to understand that part of the story, but we cannot understand it fully unless we know that it starts, at the very bottom. It starts with every single individual, at every single country, at every single nation, and a group of people. And if we want to address this shared fate and have something as a shared, mission or ambition or goal or path to survival and becoming a multiplanetary species as the only way to ensure that this civilization survive, we need to start with everyone, include everyone in the mix, and everyone needs to have this perspective. Everyone needs to experience through a different way the overview effect, right? The realization that we are all really floating just on one rock through the emptiness of space, and we do not know really where the rock is heading, but once we realize that, it frees us and gives us the liberty and freedom to do something with it. It's a message that is, I think, much better known and understood in developed nations and spacefaring nations than developing countries, emerging space nations, and smaller nations. And that's why we want to do space together, and that's why we need to make space accessible, because it will help us to push together as a humanity. So thank you all the panelists. Thank you for being with us, and looking forward to the rest of the events at the Space Czech Week. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for very interesting discussion. And we will start with our next guests. Don't forget that right now are starting the last of our side events. So if you want to know more about so-called Lvice Squared, the Czech moon mission, please visit Terrace 2A. What is a Horizon partnership and how it can help with funding, with the research and innovation initiatives, will tell us our next guest. He is an EUSPA project officer, Mr. Wojciech Vost. So please, join us at the podium, and the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to shortly, in 15 minutes, present to you the Horizon Europe opportunity that I believe could be a good way how to build further partnership. And why Horizon Europe? It's because it's a program that is going usually beyond the borders of one state or beyond even the borders of the European Union in order to build something together. And hence it's a very good funding tool for you as an opportunity to build new partnerships. So before going to Horizon Europe, which is the main topic of today's presentation, I want to look back into Horizon 2020, which is the program which, as we did in EUSPA for the last 7 years, where we developed within the more than 80 projects, actually, a lot of very interesting results when it comes to also prototypes, but also products which ended up on the markets. But not only that, also in the long-term market segments, specific standards that help to bring GNSS into the aviation and rail market segments, for example, where the end users can benefit from that. So there are many use cases. One of my favorite is Galo for mobility, which was one of our projects that at the end ended up doing, I believe, more than 5 pilots. But these pilots turned into 4 years contract for a product which is on the market. They created a new company out of this project, which is called NEMI. And now it's implemented in Barcelona and it's making the difference, in this case, in the area mobility as a service. So I would like to invite you to join the club of our absolvents of the companies that work with us to develop new projects and new opportunities to create solutions based on Galileo, EGNOS, but also Copernicus, and in addition also got SATCOM, which is a new system in the European Union. So the main topic of today is Horizon Europe. And as many of you probably know, Horizon Europe is a big program of European Union. So there are many calls in various areas of research. And one of the clusters of Pillar 2 is actually including space. So you see here the whole structure of Horizon Europe, and one of them is actually space. And inside that, you will see that there are space calls. This is the main space call that I would like to present to you today. And you will see that inside this call there are 6 topics, and the deadline is 2nd March 2023. As said, what is interesting about Horizon is that you need to search for the new partners. So you need 3 partners from 3 different states in order to build a solution together. And this is one of the things that are interesting about Horizon, on top, of course, of the interesting budget. Let me go maybe quickly through those 6 topics that are now open to you. So the first one is focusing on the European GNSS applications for smart mobility. So that means all the mobility, all the transportation segments which are using European GNSS, such as aviation, maritime, road, and rail. The expected TRL at the end of the project is 7 to 9. And for this action, there is foreseen budget 9.5 million euro. The second topic that we have in this call is public sector as Galileo or Copernicus user. What it means is that we try to give you public sector here as the first client, because usually the companies are struggling when they develop a prototype to find first clients which would bring them to the market and be the first customers which generate the revenue. And that's why this topic, which is helping also, on the other hand, the public authorities to fill their needs where they need a solution based on Galileo or Copernicus. They can define the tender for private companies and run this tender under the project where both the private companies have a first client and the public entities have their solution. And this is funded by 100% from our side. The next topic, which is over 9 million euro, is focusing on Copernicus and specifically for the applications targeting a European data economy. Here, the target is to increase the integration and uptake of Copernicus. And here the proposals are invited to apply for any applications as far as they use the existing European data infrastructures, such as the Copernicus DIAS and so on. The expected TRL by the end of the project is TRL 8. And the foreseen budget is 9.6 million euro. The second topic, which is also focusing on Copernicus, is the large-scale Copernicus data uptake with AI and HPC. And this topic, again, is open to more market segments, so it's quite wide in the scope. But here it's focusing on the usage of artificial intelligence in new applications and high-performance computing. This is more research project, so that means that the foreseen TRL at the end of the project is 5. The next topic that is inside this call is designing space-based downstream applications with international partners, where the goal of this topic is to go beyond the borders of the European Union and build new partnerships with international companies from different states. And under the focus of this topic is, of course, Galileo, EGNOS, and Copernicus. You can develop a solution, but also in the scope of this topic is awareness rising. So again, it's quite widely open. But what is interesting that you can work on this topic with organizations which have signed the agreements on Copernicus data access and Earth observation. So what it means that the entities from extra countries are eligible to get funding and work with you on the project. And these countries include, you have them on the slide, but this includes countries such as United States, Australia, and Brazil. So I think this is yet another very interesting opportunity for you. The foreseen TRL at the end of the project is 5. So, sorry, 3 to 4. So it's, again, a little bit lower level research project. The last topic that I would like to share with you today is the GovSatcom service developments and the demonstrations, where the scope of this topic is research and innovation for the consolidation of use cases and the demonstrations of the GovSatcom. Here the foreseen budget is over 9 million euro. So this is it. This is the overview of all 6 topics inside this call. Please remember that the deadline to apply is 2nd March 2023. It is actually the biggest call that we as EUSPA have ever opened, because the total budget is 48 million euro, which is waiting there for you to develop new solutions and work on your ideas. So I believe this is a very interesting opportunity. You will see that the funding rate is up to 100%. And you might think that 2nd March is far away, but believe me, it takes a lot of time to write the proposal, find the partners, and make everything work so that the proposal is submitted by 2nd of March. I would just like to quickly also highlight that in the cases of topics 51 and 54, where the TRL is higher, such as 8, we also require you to take a look on the business side of the proposal. That means with the solution that you will develop, how do you expect to enter the market? What are the competitors and so on? Because we don't want the solution to end up in the shelf, but really we are interested you to succeed and bring the solution to the market. But usually the biggest struggle you might have when applying to Horizon Europe is to find new partners. Of course, venues such as this one and networking is the best to find the partners. But I would like to also suggest to take a look on the other tools in case you struggle to find a partner. So first one is funding and tender portal. Well, actually you can apply to these topics, and there is a feature to search for the new partner. So there you can register yourself, but also take a look on the companies which are interested to collaborate on this specific topic. The second point I would like to mention is the national contact points, which are people who are actually dedicated to you for space to help you find new partners and help you with your proposal. And on this website of the European Commission, you can find the relevant contact for your country. And the last but not least, of course, is our website where we publish all the projects where we had in the past. This can help you to see the partners which have been involved already in Horizon 2020 working with EUSPA, that have some experience, and then you know who to contact, which would be the partners that are already experienced. And of course, you can inspire and see what solutions have been done in the past and what kind of projects are being executed. So this should give you a pretty good idea. This is all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Forst. You can. The transition between basic research and business is sometimes hard and long path. How can the partnership between R&D and business work will tell us our next guest. She is a vice president and member of Academic Council Presidium of Czech Academy of Science. Mrs. Ilona Millerová, please. May I help? The stage is yours.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It is great pleasure for me to tell you something about the Czech Academy of Sciences and how we can help with space activities and what we do and what we would like to do in business and research and development. Well, Czech Academy of Sciences is a public, non-university scientific institution, and we deal especially with top research in a broad range of nature, technical and social sciences and humanities. We do a lot for doctoral study programs and for the education. And nowadays we are concentrated in transfer of knowledge and technologies, not only to the application sphere, but even to the wider society. And Czech Academy of Sciences, we have 54 institutions and nearly 10,000 employees. And as you can see, we have 3 main research areas: mathematics, physics, earth and sciences, life and chemical sciences, and humanities and social sciences. And as you can see, the first area, we have mathematics, physics, applied physics, and earth sciences. And here you can see that 5 institutions and nearly 500 people deal with this topic. But of course, that all other institutes, or a large majority of institutes, can help to this topic even from another areas. And it is not too important here, but you should know our main activities in this Czech press this year. And our 3 main topics are genetically modified organisms, low emission and safe energy, even with thermonuclear fusion, the project Tokamaks, and resilient society. And even that for the first look, it looks that it has nothing with space. There is a lot of which can help to this science and topic. How to cooperate with business and how to cooperate with the institutes. We have some special project strategy with a motto, top research in the public interest. And even that we have 54 institutions, we have 12 main topics where we put together to the institute of the academy or high schools or people from business to connect and to solve some topic. And one of these topic is space for mankind, and man who is head of this project is here. And you can discuss with him all details. And in this project, 12 institutes is involved. In this project, you can see the list of this institute and even institutes not from the academy. We solved 12 scientific topics. We have a lot of international space projects, and we cooperate with more than 10 industrial partners. We have a council for space activities in Czech Republic, and you can see the web pages. And in the scheme of this project, how we do the international scientific space mission of the European Space Agency, and how we add to this project, and we participate in this mentioned mission or project, as you see below, the solar orbiter or JUICE or Plato and Ariel and so on. And we do a lot of activities in this area, and I can show you several of them. And I think that we are good in space electronics, and we have even a lot of successful missions. And one of these is from the Institute of Atmospheric Physics. They did the measurements of high-frequency electromagnetic waves in solar wind and detection of interplanetary dust particles for the solar orbiter project, or some another multi-component measurements for the program JUICE. And another space electronics which was done, it is from the Astronomical Institute. And you know that for these purposes we need a low noise power supply, and with a small noise and with the stability, and which is good against the changes of temperature and vibrations and all these things, and they are able to do such a type of electronics. And we have a very good group of people, this firm called Tech. They have a stand here, and it is under Institute of Plasma Physics, and they are excellent in the design and development and realization of optical mirrors, for example, for a solar orbiter, and they design special aspherical shape mirrors, and they are able to do a lot of such devices, and they have excellent equipments. For example, by the diffraction, they are able to measure the roughness of the surfaces at the unit 0.1 nanometers and so on, and they can do a lot of for you. And we have another institute of nuclear physics. They are very skilled in the simulations and measurements of cosmic radiation. For the space, they have a laboratory equipped with the cyclotron, so they can do a lot of experiments in this system. And probably you know that under Institute of Physics, it is our largest one with 1,000 people. There are two facilities. One is highlights and another is LED beamlines. And highlights, they do a lot of things. For example, next generation of high power diode pumped solid state lasers. And LED beamlines, it is excellent facility which will be ERIC from the 1st January 2023 with 300 people and a lot of lasers and equipments for the measurements. So you are welcome to come to do your research there. And Institute of Scientific Instruments, it's institute in Brno. They can offer a lot, and they do the quantum metrology. They have the ion clocks, and they develop a lot of laser sources. They have 50 years traditions, so there is a big history. And they are in the project Clonits, and they do ultra-precise time synchronization, precise optical frequency distribution in the scheme of this project. And we can do their welding of material with the powerful lasers, but there is the spectroscopy of the gas from the welding, which controls the beam for the welding. Therefore, it is clever system, not only just to put the power. And probably you know that Brno is the city of electron microscopy, because 30% of the world production of the electron microscope is done in Brno. There is big research and development with the ultra-high vacuum system, not such good as is in the space, but we learn a lot about the matter in this system. There is a group dealing with low temperature, and they measure the emissivity and absorbivity of materials at low temperature, and they even work on some project for the shielding in the space system and so on. You are welcome for the cooperation, because they have really unique measurements. And we keep the technology of the absorption cells. And what about the future? We participate in all famous and big project as Athena for the X-ray task, and even for the power supplies are again developed at the Astronomical Institute. They are working on high sensitivity X-ray spectroscopic calorimeter, which you can see at the image. We work for the project LISA for the measurement of the gravitation waves when there are 3 satellites linked by laser beam and each 2.5 million kilometers. It is unbelievable for me, and there is for this optical bench there are 2 laser beam, and it's for some redundancy to be sure that one of them will work, and they design the switching between these 2 lasers, and this principle of this system you can see again in the stand here at this conference. And we are open for the collaboration with the industry, and really we are interested in this, and we already did something because we designed these 2 last paragraphs. We design concept and prototype. It means the phase A and B, as it is called in this branch. And even for the phase C, it means that it is tested this sample, and D is delivery to the flight models, and even in this our researchers are successful. And you are welcome to our stand. It is number 20, 21, 22. 20 is top tech, which is optics and for the industry and mirrors and measurement and so on. And Institute of Atmospheric Physics, it's another. Here is director of the Astronomical Institute and head of this project. So you are welcome for discussion because I speak and they do it. And one more, I spoke about some project of the strategy, which put together people to cooperate with various institute, academic institutions, and business sector. But we have nowadays in Czech Academy of Sciences a nice group of people, and they deal with really transfer of knowledge and technologies. And we are here to help when there is some real interest from the business to transfer our knowledge to the business, to go to the long trip to do the business from nice research. So when you are interested in this, we are here too. And I would like to thank you a lot for your attention. And as I told Jiří Svoboda, he is coordinator of the program of the strategy Space for Mankind, and he is here to answer your question, or even in the future you can contact him. And Martin Smekal, he is here too, and he is head of the Center of the Knowledge Technology Transfer Center, we call it CETAF. So thanks a lot for your kind attention, and I believe that Czech Academy of Sciences will help to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Millerová. It's really nice to see that the Czech Academy of Science has such a large and broad range of very interesting projects. Thank you. Our last speaker for today has a plenty of experience in organization events such as this one, but around the whole world and in much bigger scale. And he wants to tell us more about his ambition for next year's Space2Business conference. Please welcome Raj Singh Kehar, the director of Launchpad Expo. Mr. Kehar, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, I'm Raj. I'm more used to putting people on the stage than standing on it, so please bear with me. And I know everyone is ready for a beer, so I won't be too long. The first thing I want to say is congratulations to the Czech Space team for organizing this event. This is the result of 5 years of hard work and a determined mission to make the Czech Republic a hub for space innovation and investment. During that time, I know that Czech Invest and the Ministry for Transport have partnered with ISA BIC. They've welcomed USPA and the Cassini Fund to Prague. They've set up incubators, developed startups, supported technical learning, and incentivized innovation around the country. And now we're at Space2Business, which is a nice forum where founders can display their innovation and talk to potential investors and support facilities. So it's going well, but there's still room for improvement. The mission is not over, so let's see how we can take this event to the next level. I spent the last 7 years building the biggest space networking event in Europe. Some of you will have been there 2 weeks ago in Bremen, in Germany, for the Space Tech Expo Europe. Well, in 2015, a colleague and I launched that event, and it's grown to become 500 space companies and 5,000 attendees, which I'm very proud of. And now that I've left, one thing I learned in that role, which is something everyone in this room already knows, is that new space is booming with innovation, and the requirement for investment is booming alongside it. So next year, Space2Business will become Launchpad Expo. It's a new name, but what really constitutes an evolution? Well, let's consider for a moment what entrepreneurs or astropreneurs have to do. Right now, you guys are traveling around the globe to multiple locations at great cost, trying to meet a handful of investors, which also means you're neglecting the time you can spend running your actual business. What you need, oh, by the way, I should say, if you're a really good startup as well, and after you've been to Estonia and Finland and Portugal and France and Italy and everywhere, and you've met all the investors that you can, maybe you get a handful of term sheets, and if it's not what you're looking for, you still have the choice. Do you accept it anyway or do the cycle again? So it's not ideal for startups. What startups need is a marketplace where they can meet lots of space-focused investors and see all of the support funding options available to them. And not just funding, but also services that SMEs can use, marketing, sat ops as a service, recruitment, IP, all of these things. So in order to create that marketplace, we need to change the format. Now, the format of Launchpad Expo will be a little different. The exhibitors will be the investors. The VCs, the funds, the incubators, the accelerators, and support services aimed at SMEs. This will create two things. Firstly, it will mean that space startups who are seeking investment can learn about and explore a high volume of high-quality funding options and partnership options in one place for less than 100 euros. It will also create competition for the investment. Now, there might be some investors who say, I don't really want competition for my offer. I say, yes, you do. And actually, we should all want that, because the best investment is the one that motivates the entrepreneur, that keeps the team happy, and lets them focus on their work and achieving their roadmap. And it's not just about money, it's about support, guidance, it's the total package. So there is a world of investors out there, but for space tech investors, the ones who understand this industry, who have heritage and access to the right resources, they will always be the best deal for a space startup. And how will the startups know? Well, you have to advertise it. You know, if you're the best, you need to show the innovators. You need to go firstly to a place where all the innovators are, and you have to show them your strengths and show them why they will succeed with your partnership. Essentially, what I'm saying is investors have to strive for the deal. You have to meet your opportunities no later than your competitors. You need to have your scouts on the booth, tracking the ecosystem, whether it's a young, smart engineer with a big idea, or a visionary team with customers already on the board. You need to be able to track that and leave the show with a database of opportunities at every point on the spectrum. That's how you find the unicorn, right? And that's what investors are ultimately looking for. At the same time, investors also want to meet a lot of potential investment partners. So there are angel investors, family firms, there are high net worth entities looking to make smart investments in the new space field. And they need to go to these VCs and the ones who are embedded in the market. So, these are the exhibitors. Actually, angel investors is on there, but they're more of an attendee. We need to bring these guys together, and we do that by offering investors a high quantity of high-quality SMEs, whilst also attracting investment partners, as I said, family firms and angel investors. Okay, so that's what's happening in the Expo Hall. But there are more elements to Launchpad Expo. Launchpad Conference is about mentorship for space startups. So one thing we can say is that talent in the startup field is often focused on engineering prowess, understanding the technology, understanding the space industry. But securing investment requires sales prowess, consumer focus, and understanding the investment industry. So this is where Launchpad Expo Conference comes in. What do investors need to see? What should be in your pitch deck? Which funding channels are available? You need to show them that if you're not yet investable, how will you get there? And by providing this service to the industry, we improve the entire new space economy, not just for the startups, but also for the investors. Now, the investors also need to be informed on space tech matters. So we want to be pitching to an informed crowd. Investors who can understand space debris and tracking, Earth observation, advanced propulsion systems, in-orbit servicing, and a whole host of other areas. This will be covered both pre-show and during the show in Launchpad market briefings. It's also a great way to bring new investors into the space. There are lots of angels and, as I say, family firms out there who want to invest in new space. They need to understand a little bit more about the market and the latest trends to be able to do that. And then the thing which might interest both sides most is the pitch deck. So this event will take place in a big expo hall, but directly above the hall is a congress room with facility for 600 angel investors. And what I want to do is create an area where startups can pitch directly and present their technology in a longer format than is usually available. So instead of a few minutes in front of a handful of investors, I want them to have 15 to 20 minutes in front of a room full of investors, and then a facility to have meetings afterwards, because hopefully we have some people investing at the show. So, in summary, Launchpad Expo is a trade show with 100 plus exhibitors, a conference stage with world-class mentors, and a separate congress room hosting pitch decks for an audience of up to 600 potential investors. I hope that everyone here will visit the next iteration of this event and support us in a new format of show that serves the new space economy by promoting higher quality, more investable startups and better informed investors, a bigger quantity, where we'll hope for 100 investors and over 2,000 attendees, more convenience, although this is also very convenient, so we're not changing that so much, and better affordability. Essentially, I want to make cheap access for startups to funding options and return on investment for investors. Please check out launchpadexpo.com, where you can get all the information. And better yet, come and speak to me after this talk, or I'll be here all day tomorrow, and find out how you can participate, how you can benefit from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your speech. So, Our first day of our Space2Business conference is getting to the end. But before we end, I would like to welcome on the stage my friend Marie Němečková. She's an incubation manager at ESABIC for Prague branch. And she will have the honor to present awards for today's competition together with their two colleagues, Michal Kuneš and Veronika Mašínová, which are also from ESABIC.
Okay. Go ahead.
Představíš tu cenu, teda jsem? The competition, it was a national round of the Space2Business international competition, and the winner will be contesting in tomorrow grand finale. There will be top 10 startups from the whole Europe contesting together with today's winner. So please, Maria, it's yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope the startups are in the room now. If they're not, it's going to be their fault, I suppose. So first of all, let me congratulate everyone that was part of the competition. And we have a partner prize to announce first. We called it the ESA wildcard because it was the ESA representative that chose the winner of this prize. And it is a mentoring from Commercialization Directorate that goes to Groundcom Space. If they're around. Okay, I don't see them around, but I suppose if Groundcom Space is here, can you maybe come to the stage? No. Okay. Well, let's move on to the actual prizes. So on the third place, with very high points, is the startup called Zajtra. Can Zajtra come to the stage, please? No, I see them over there, though. Okay, Zajtra's coming. Great. Maybe not. Okay, meanwhile, let's present the second place. Okay, they're here.
Mikrofon, aby něco řekl?
Já nevím, možná. Okay, so the second place goes to Turn Circles. And the first place, which means, among others, being here tomorrow for the grand finale and the international round, goes to World from Space. Can you maybe come to the stage, please? Yay. Great. Congratulations, and thank you very much. Thank you again, our amazing jury, for participating and evaluating this very tough evaluation. And see you tomorrow for the grand finale in the international competition. Yeah.
Thank you, Maria. So that's it for today. Thank you for your attention during the whole day. right before the end, I would like to thank again to our general partner, TRL Space, and our main partners, OHB Czech Space, Honeywell, and ATC Space. And last but not least, please don't forget to be there tomorrow. We will start at 9:30 sharp, and the first block is called Innovative with Space. So there are a lot of interesting talks in front of us, I hope. And please don't forget to visit an acrobatic show which will be held in 15 minutes, right next to the big moon in the hall outside. It's gonna be interesting, I heard. So thank you again, see you tomorrow, and enjoy the evening. Thank you.